Good evening, and welcome back to Bedtime and History. Tonight, we begin the story of the United States of America, not with cities, armies, or governments, but with a landscape still in the making, before there was a nation, before there were Native American villages or European colonies. There was ice. To understand the deep history of this land, we must begin with the final stages of the last ice age, a time when the geography and climate of North America were being formed into the shape we know today. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you wish, share your location and the local time where you are listening. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Around 100,000 years ago, during what scientists call the late Pleistocene, immense sheets of ice covered large portions of the northern hemisphere. The Laurentide ice sheet extended over Canada and pressed far into what is now the northern United States. At its peak, between about 26,000 and 19,000 years ago, this sheet of ice was more than 2 miles thick in some places, a frozen plateau spreading outward with unimaginable weight. It reached as far south as present-day Ohio and Pennsylvania, burying vast territories beneath a mantle of white. This was not a world of familiar landscapes. Where Chicago now rises in steel and glass, there was a wall of ice higher than any tower. Where the fertile Midwest now produces endless fields of grain, a frozen desert stretched outward, silent except for the groan and crack of glacial movement. The ice itself was not still. It crept forward, grinding the bedrock, crushing forests, and scraping valleys. Beneath it, the earth was scoured, carved, and reshaped. When the glaciers melted, they left behind some of the most distinctive features of the American landscape. The Great Lakes were carved out by these frozen giants, their basins filled with meltwater that remains today. Rolling hills of glacial debris formed the ridges of New England and the Midwest. Enormous boulders, called glacial erratics, were carried hundreds of miles from their origins and left stranded in open fields. Even the fertile soil of the Central Plains owes its richness to this glacial past, ground fine by ice and wind. The climate of North America during the Ice Age was severe. Near the edges of the ice, the land was a tundra of sparse grasses and dwarf shrubs. Winters were long and bitter, and summers brief. Farther south, pine forests stretched across much of the land, while in regions that today are deserts, cooler and wetter conditions prevailed. Lakes filled basins that are now dry, and rivers ran stronger than they do in the modern climate. This was the environment in which vast animals, now vanished, thrived. The land was home to mammoths, mastodons, and giant ground sloths, creatures whose size astonishes us today. The saber-toothed cat prowled the forests, its canines curved and deadly. Packs of dire wolves pursued prey across the plains, while the short-faced bear, towering over twice the height of a human, searched for carrion, or hunted when it could. North America was a continent of megafauna, a place where human survival, when people eventually arrived, would require extraordinary adaptability. The key to their arrival lay in the ice itself. So much water was locked in glaciers that sea levels around the world fell by more than 300 feet. The shallow strait between Siberia and Alaska became a broad expanse of land known today as Beringia. For thousands of years, this land bridge connected Asia to North America, forming a corridor of steppe and tundra where herds of bison, caribou, and mammoths grazed. It was along this bridge that the first humans crossed into what would later be the Americas. Archaeologists continue to debate when the first migration occurred, but many agree that people were present in North America at least 15,000 years ago, and possibly earlier. These groups were hunter-gatherers, moving in small bands, carrying stone tools, and depending on both large animals and gathered plants for survival. They did not move all at once, but over generations, following game and adjusting to new environments. At first, the vast ice sheets limited their progress. The Laurentide and Cordilleran glaciers blocked movement into the heart of the continent, forcing early peoples to remain in Beringia or along the Pacific coast. In time, however, as the climate warmed and the glaciers receded, corridors of habitable land opened. By around 13,000 years ago, humans had spread across much of what is now the United States, reaching the interior plains, the southwest, and eventually the Atlantic coast. The archaeological evidence they left behind is fragmentary but significant. Stone spear points, carefully crafted with fluted bases, have been found from the Great Plains to the southeast. These are the artifacts of what scholars call the Clovis culture, one of the earliest widespread traditions in North America, associated with the hunting of large animals. These tools reveal both skill and coordination, but there were likely other groups, living along coasts or in upland valleys, whose remains are harder to find. At the same time that humans spread, many of the Ice Age animals began to vanish. Within a few thousand years of human arrival, the mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, and giant ground sloths disappeared. Some scientists attribute this to climate change, as warming reduced their habitats. Others argue that hunting pressure from humans tipped the balance. Most likely, the combination of both factors caused their extinction. Their loss reshaped ecosystems, altering vegetation and predator-prey relationships, and leaving humans as the dominant force across the continent. By around 12,000 years ago, the Ice Age was ending. The glaciers retreated northward into Canada, and sea levels rose, flooding the land bridge of Beringia. North America was now isolated again, but it was no longer empty. Across its forests, plains, and coasts, people had established themselves, adapting to every region. They were not yet organized into the nations and confederacies that later Europeans would encounter, but they were already diverse, spread from the Arctic to the Gulf, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The legacy of the Ice Age endured in the land they inhabited. The great rivers, swollen with meltwater, carved fertile valleys. The soils left by glaciers provided rich ground for future agriculture. The Great Lakes became inland seas, supporting transport and trade. Even the distribution of forests and grasslands, shaped by the glacial past, determined where communities could thrive. Thus, the origins of the United States begin not with politics, but with geology and climate. The land was shaped first by ice, then by the earliest peoples who crossed into its vast spaces. Their arrival marked the beginning of human history on the continent, a history that would unfold in complexity across thousands of years. The Ice Age ended, but the stage it created remained, waiting for the next chapters of human settlement and cultural development. First peoples arrive. As the last Ice Age retreated and the glaciers melted northward, a new chapter opened in the history of North America. The land that would one day be called the United States was no longer an uninhabited wilderness, shaped only by wind, water, and stone. Now, human footsteps pressed into its soils for the first time. These earliest settlers, whose names we will never know, brought with them not only survival skills, but also the beginnings of cultural traditions, stories, and ways of life that would, over thousands of years, grow into the foundations of Native America. The journey began across Beringia, the wide grassland plain that once connected Asia to Alaska. For centuries, perhaps millennia, small bands of hunter-gatherers moved across this land, following herds of bison and caribou, hunting mammoth, and gathering berries and roots. The climate was harsh, with long winters and brief summers, but it was livable. Archaeological evidence suggests that many people may have lived in Beringia itself for generations, establishing what some scholars call a Beringian standstill. Only later, as the ice sheets receded and paths into the continent opened, did they move farther south. The first entry into the Americas may have occurred in more than one way. One route likely followed an inland corridor that opened between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets around 14,000 years ago. Another possible path was along the Pacific coast, where kelp forests provided abundant marine resources. If people used boats or travelled the shoreline, they could have reached unglaciated regions of North America earlier than the inland passage allowed. Both possibilities remind us that the spread of humanity across the continent was not a single event, but a gradual dispersal, repeated and varied over centuries. Once inside the continent, the first peoples expanded rapidly. By about 13,000 years ago, human presence is visible from the Great Plains to the Atlantic coast and from the southwest to the southeast. In places like Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania and Cactus Hill in Virginia, stone tools suggest human habitation earlier than once thought possible. At Buttermilk Creek in Texas, thousands of artifacts provide evidence for a culture even older than Clovis. These sites reveal that the peopling of the Americas was complex, involving multiple groups, traditions, and times of arrival. The most famous of these early cultures is the Clovis tradition, named after a site in New Mexico where distinctive fluted spear points were first discovered. These Clovis points, dating to around 13,000 years ago, were sharp, symmetrical, and carefully crafted, capable of piercing the hides of large animals. They are found across much of North America, suggesting a wide-ranging people, or at least a shared technology. Clovis hunters are often associated with the pursuit of mammoth and mastodon, their weapons designed for bringing down massive prey. Campsites show butchering areas where meat was cut, hides scraped, and bones fractured for marrow. But Clovis was not the only way of life. Along the coasts, people gathered shellfish, hunted seals and seabirds, and fished rivers rich with salmon. In the southwest, caves preserve evidence of small game hunting and the gathering of desert plants. On the Great Plains, groups stalked bison, coordinating hunts that required planning and cooperation. These early peoples adapted to the environments they encountered, shaping their strategies around what each region could provide. Life was difficult, but not static. Over generations, people developed knowledge of landscapes, of plant cycles, and of migration routes. They learned where to find stone for tools, where to dig for edible roots, and how to track herds. Camps moved with the seasons, following food sources and adjusting to weather. Fire was a constant companion, used for warmth, cooking, and even reshaping the environment, burning patches of grassland to encourage new growth and attract game. Archaeological remains allow us glimpses of their daily existence. Hearths leave circles of charcoal where families once gathered. Scrapers and needles hint at clothing made from hides, stitched together for warmth. Awls carved from bone suggest the making of bags and nets. In caves, handprints and red ochre markings speak to symbolic or spiritual lives, though their meanings are lost to us. As humans spread, the great Ice Age animals began to disappear. By about 10,000 years ago, mammoths and mastodons were gone, along with saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and many others. This extinction changed the balance of life across the continent. Without these giants, people increasingly turned to smaller game deer, rabbits, bison, and expanded their gathering of plant foods. This shift laid the groundwork for later transitions into agriculture and more settled ways of life. The spread of people into North America was one of the most significant migrations in human history. Within only a few thousand years, descendants of those first Beringian travelers reached the tip of South America. In the land that would one day become the United States, they left behind not only artifacts, but also the beginnings of traditions that would evolve into hundreds of distinct cultures. Their presence marked the start of human history on this land, a history that would deepen over millennia and eventually meet with newcomers from across the ocean. The first peoples arrived in a continent shaped by ice and filled with abundance. They adapted to deserts, forests, mountains, and coasts, creating lifeways as varied as the landscapes themselves. Their resilience and ingenuity allowed them to thrive where conditions were often harsh. By the time the glaciers had fully retreated, the land that would become the United States was no longer untouched. It was a human landscape, inhabited, traversed, and known. In their migration, these early peoples laid the foundation for the diversity of Native America. Over generations, their descendants would form villages, build mounds, cultivate fields, and weave stories of creation and belonging. But all of that lay in the future. For now, they were pioneers of survival, walking paths across a vast continent, setting the stage for everything to come. Native American societies. By the time the Ice Age had ended and the glaciers had retreated into the northern reaches of Canada, the first peoples of North America had already spread across the continent. In the land that would one day become the United States, thousands of years passed in which human communities flourished, diversified, and adapted to every environment. This period, stretching from roughly 10,000 years ago until the arrival of Europeans in the late 15th century, saw the rise of the many Native American societies whose traditions, languages, and cultures formed a deep and enduring foundation of American history. When we speak of Native America in this long span, we must remember the vast diversity it contained. There was no single tribe or uniform way of life. Instead, there were hundreds of distinct nations, each shaped by the landscapes in which they lived. From the icy tundra of Alaska to the deserts of the Southwest, from the forests of the Northeast to the plains of the Midwest, native peoples adapted uniquely to their surroundings, creating ways of life that balanced hunting, gathering, farming, and trade. In the forests of the eastern woodlands, communities made use of the rich rivers and forests. Deer, bear, and small game were hunted, while fish filled the streams and lakes. Wild plants, nuts, and berries provided food through much of the year. Over time, agriculture took hold, with maize, beans, and squash, often called the Three Sisters, becoming staples. These crops were not native to the northern lands, but spread from the south, where farming had earlier origins in Mesoamerica. With the adoption of agriculture, societies became more settled, establishing villages with semi-permanent homes, often made of wood and bark. One of the most striking examples of early complex society in North America was Cahokia, near present-day St. Louis, Missouri. Beginning around 1050 CE, Cahokia grew into a large urban center, with perhaps 15,000 people at its peak. At its heart rose enormous earthen mounds, the largest of which, Monk's Mound, covered more than 14 acres at its base and stood 10 stories high. Around these mounds stretched plazas, neighborhoods, and farmlands. Archaeological evidence suggests an organized society with rulers, religious leaders, and extensive trade networks reaching across the continent. Shells from the Gulf Coast, copper from the Great Lakes, and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains have all been found at Cahokia. Yet, despite its size and influence, Cahokia declined by the 1302nd, likely due to environmental stress, conflict, or shifting social conditions. Farther south, in the arid lands of the Southwest, other societies thrived in very different conditions. The ancestral Puebloans, sometimes referred to as the Anasazi, built remarkable stone dwellings in cliffs and canyons. At Chaco Canyon, in what is now New Mexico, they constructed great houses of stone with hundreds of rooms, aligned carefully with the movements of the sun and stars. These were not isolated villages, but part of a broader cultural network that spanned the Four Corners region. Roads radiated outward from Chaco, connecting smaller settlements and ceremonial sites. The ancestral Puebloans practiced dry farming, growing maize, beans, and squash in a landscape where rainfall was scarce, relying on careful irrigation and knowledge of seasonal cycles. Their descendants, including the Hopi and Zuni, still maintain traditions rooted in these ancient practices. In the Great Plains, stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, societies adapted to a life shaped by vast grasslands and the great herds of bison that roamed them. Before the arrival of horses in the 16th century, bison hunting required skill and cooperation. Groups drove herds toward cliffs or into enclosures where they could be killed. Every part of the animal was used: meat for food, hides for clothing and shelter, bones for tools. Plains peoples often lived in portable structures like tipis, which could be moved with the seasons as groups followed migrating herds. Though less sedentary than farming societies, they too developed rich traditions, languages, and systems of governance. In the Pacific Northwest, abundant resources from rivers and seas allowed for yet another way of life. Salmon runs filled rivers, such as the Columbia, providing a reliable food source. Coastal waters teemed with seals, whales, and shellfish. With such abundance, some groups were able to establish permanent villages with large plank houses made of cedar. Art and ceremony flourished, expressed in carved totem poles and elaborate potlatch feasts, in which wealth was shared and social status affirmed. Societies such as the Haida, Tlingit, and Coast Salish developed complex social hierarchies and traditions that endured for centuries. The Inuit and other Arctic peoples, living in the far north, adapted to some of the harshest conditions on the continent. They hunted seals and whales, built shelters from snow and ice, and developed clothing of furs and hides, capable of withstanding extreme cold. Their tools and techniques, such as the kayak and the dog sled, demonstrate remarkable ingenuity in a land where survival depended on precision and cooperation. Across these many environments, trade linked distant societies. Rivers, trails, and coastal routes carried not only goods but also ideas and traditions. Shell beads, copper ornaments, and stone blades moved between regions, evidence of networks that stretched across thousands of miles. Such exchange demonstrates that Native American societies were not isolated, but connected in dynamic ways long before European contact. Religion and cosmology also played central roles in Native American life. While beliefs varied widely, many traditions emphasized the interconnectedness of humans, animals, plants, and the land itself. The cycles of seasons, the movements of stars, and the patterns of weather were woven into stories of creation and meaning. Rituals, dances, and ceremonies honored these connections, reinforcing both social bonds and relationships with the natural world. By the eve of European arrival in the 1402nd, North America was home to millions of people. Estimates vary, but some scholars suggest that the area of the present-day United States alone may have had several million inhabitants. These societies ranged from small, mobile bands to large, urbanized centers. Languages numbered in the hundreds, reflecting centuries of development and divergence. Political systems included village councils, confederacies, and hierarchical chiefdoms. Diversity was the rule, not the exception. The Native American societies of this era were not static. They rose and declined, adapted to changing environments, and responded to challenges such as drought, flood, or conflict. Their histories were dynamic, full of resilience and innovation. They had already created a rich human landscape long before Europeans set sail across the Atlantic. When Europeans finally arrived, they encountered not an empty wilderness, but a continent filled with nations, each with its own heritage and identity. These were the heirs of thousands of years of human adaptation to the land. Their achievements, the mounds of Cahokia, the cliff dwellings of Chaco, the fishing villages of the Northwest, the farming communities of the East, stand as enduring testimony to the depth and breadth of Native American societies. This period, stretching from the first peoples to the eve of European contact, forms the deep root of American history. It reminds us that the story of the United States did not begin with colonization, but with indigenous presence. The landscapes, traditions, and knowledge of native peoples remain part of the foundation on which later chapters of history were built. Early European contact. By the late 15th century, the continent that would one day become the United States was home to millions of people and hundreds of distinct Native American societies. For thousands of years, these communities had lived, traded, and adapted across every type of landscape, from the forests of the East to the deserts of the Southwest and the coasts of the Pacific. But by this time, across the Atlantic Ocean, changes were unfolding that would soon bring the first sustained contact between the Old World and the New. This contact, beginning in the late 1000, 402nd and early 1000, 502nd, set in motion a series of transformations that would forever alter the course of history. It is important to note, however, that Europeans were not the first outsiders to reach North America. Centuries earlier, Norse seafarers from Scandinavia had made their way across the Atlantic. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson and his companions sailed westward from Greenland, themselves descendants of earlier Viking explorers. They landed in a place they called Vinland, believed by many historians to be along the coast of Newfoundland in present-day Canada. Archaeological remains at Lanceau Meadows confirm a Norse presence there. The outlines of turf houses, iron nails, and other artifacts of Scandinavian origin. The Norse settlements were small and short-lived. Conflicts with indigenous peoples, isolation from their homeland, and difficulties in sustaining the colonies likely contributed to their abandonment. Though the sagas of Vinland survived in Icelandic storytelling, the Norse voyages left little enduring mark on the broader course of North American history. For nearly 5 centuries after, the continent's native societies continued largely without interference from Europe. That long separation ended in 1492, when Christopher Columbus sailed westward under the flag of Spain. Though his landfall was in the Caribbean islands, not the mainland of North America, his voyages initiated a new era of exploration, colonization, and exchange. The continents of the Western Hemisphere were no longer isolated. News of these lands spread rapidly across Europe, drawing explorers, merchants, and missionaries who saw in the Americas both opportunity and challenge. By the early 1502, Spanish expeditions began to probe the lands that now form part of the United States. In 1513, Juan Ponce de Leon landed on the peninsula he named Florida, claiming it for Spain, seeking riches and, according to legend, even the mythical Fountain of Youth. He instead encountered resistance from the native peoples who already inhabited the land. Though he returned in later years, his efforts did not establish lasting settlements. Other Spanish ventures followed. Hernando de Soto, in the 1542, led an expedition deep into the interior, traversing the southeast from Florida to the Mississippi River. His march was marked by hardship, violence, and clashes with native societies. Though de Soto himself died along the river in 1542, his expedition revealed to Europeans the scale and richness of the land. Around the same time, Francisco Vázquez de Coronado journeyed north from Mexico into the southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. He and his men traveled through what is now Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Kansas. They found no golden cities, but they did encounter the pueblos of the southwest and the wide plains filled with bison. In these early decades, contact between Europeans and Native Americans was sporadic and often destructive. Explorers brought steel weapons, horses, and new technologies, but they also carried diseases to which native populations had no immunity. Smallpox, measles, and influenza spread rapidly, sometimes ahead of direct European settlement, devastating communities. Entire villages were wiped out within a generation of first contact, reshaping the demographic balance of the continent. Yet, alongside devastation, cultural exchanges began. Horses, reintroduced to the continent by the Spanish, transformed life for many plains peoples in later centuries, allowing for more efficient hunting and mobility. European goods such as metal tools and beads entered native trade networks, sometimes enhancing wealth and status. At the same time, Europeans carried back to their homelands crops that had long been cultivated by native peoples: maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and tobacco. These plants would profoundly alter diets and economies across the Old World. French explorers soon joined the Spanish in pressing into North America. In 1534, Jacques Cartier sailed up the St. Lawrence River, claiming lands for France. His voyages laid the groundwork for future French presence in Canada, and by extension, influence over the Great Lakes and Mississippi River valleys. French fur traders, in later decades, would establish deep connections with native societies, forging alliances and intermarriage that contrasted with the often more confrontational approaches of the Spanish and English. England, too, began to take interest. Though John Cabot, sailing under the English flag in 1497, reached the coasts of Newfoundland, it would be another century before England established lasting settlements. Still, Cabot's journey represented the first step in England's eventual expansion into the continent. By the mid-1502, the outlines of European interest in North America were becoming clear. Spain sought to extend its empire northward from the Caribbean and Mexico, establishing missions and presidios in Florida and the southwest. France looked to rivers and trade, seeking furs and routes inland. England lingered at the edges, preparing to plant colonies along the Atlantic seaboard. Each power encountered native societies that were well established, diverse, and capable of resistance as well as adaptation. The era of early European contact was therefore one of uncertainty, experiment, and encounter. The Norse had come and gone centuries before, leaving faint traces. The Spanish pushed boldly into the southeast and southwest, but struggled to establish permanence. The French began to chart the great waterways that would shape their empire, while the English waited for their chance to secure a foothold. Native peoples, for their part, confronted these newcomers with a mix of curiosity, caution, trade, and defense. Some exchanges proved beneficial. Many others brought violence and loss. What is clear is that by the 16th century, the isolation of North America had ended. A continent that had developed independently for millennia was now entering a new phase of history, one defined by contact, collision, and transformation. The world's oceans, once barriers, became bridges, and the lands that would become the United States stood at the threshold of an age of profound change. Spanish exploration and colonization, the first European power to establish a sustained presence in the lands that would later become part of the United States, was Spain. Beginning in the early 16th century, Spanish explorers and settlers extended their reach northward from the Caribbean and Mexico into Florida, the Gulf Coast, and the Southwest. Their efforts were driven by a mix of motives: search for wealth, spread of Christianity, and the expansion of imperial influence. These expeditions brought new technologies, animals, and institutions to the continent, but they also unleashed waves of disruption, disease, and violence upon the native societies that had flourished for millennia. Spain's initial focus was Florida. In 1513, Juan Ponce de Leon landed on its shores and claimed the land for Spain, calling it La Florida for its flowers, and the timing of his arrival during the Easter season, known in Spanish as Pascua Florida. Though Ponce de Leon sought riches and perhaps mythical fountains of youth, his landing signaled the beginning of Spanish interest in the southeastern coast of North America. Yet his expeditions met with resistance. Native peoples defended their homelands fiercely, and Ponce de Leon himself was wounded fatally in clashes near present-day Cuba after attempting to return to Florida in 1521. Through the 1522nd and 1532nd, other Spanish ventures probed farther into the continent. Panfilo de Narvaez launched an ill-fated expedition to Florida in 1528, during which storms, hunger, and conflict decimated his force. A handful of survivors, including Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, wandered across the Gulf Coast and the interior for years before reaching Mexico. Cabeza de Vaca's account, describing vast lands, native societies, and stories of golden cities, fueled further ambitions for exploration. In 1539, Hernando de Soto embarked on one of the most extensive expeditions of the era. Landing in Florida with hundreds of men, horses, and supplies, de Soto pressed deep into the southeast. His route crossed what are now the states of Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Along the way, he demanded food and labor from native villages. Often responding to resistance with brutal force, he and his men were among the first Europeans to encounter the Mississippi River, which they crossed in 1541. De Soto himself would not survive the journey. He died the following year and was buried in the river's waters. His expedition, though devastating for the native communities it touched, provided Europeans with their first extensive knowledge of the interior of North America. Meanwhile, to the west, Francisco Vázquez de Coronado pursued tales of immense wealth. Beginning in 1540, Coronado led his men from Mexico into the arid landscapes of the southwest. They searched for the legendary 7 cities of gold, said to glitter with treasures beyond imagination. Instead, they found the pueblos of the ancestral Puebloans' descendants, stone villages with storied traditions but no golden riches. Coronado's journey stretched through New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Oklahoma, and even into Kansas. His men marveled at the herds of bison and the vast grasslands of the plains. Though disappointed in their search for wealth, they returned with valuable knowledge of the continent's geography and peoples. In these early decades, Spain established its first permanent footholds in Florida. In 1565, The Spanish crown authorized Pedro Menendez de Avilés to found a settlement on the Atlantic coast. The result was St. Augustine, the oldest continuously occupied European settlement in the present-day United States. Built as a military outpost and mission center, St. Augustine endured attacks from rival European powers and resistance from native groups, but it survived, symbolizing Spain's determination to hold its claim. Spain's approach combined military presence with religious mission. Franciscan friars established missions across Florida and, later, in the Southwest and California. Their goal was to convert native peoples to Christianity, integrate them into Spanish colonial society, and extend Spanish influence through spiritual as well as political means. Missions included churches, workshops, and agricultural lands. They introduced European livestock such as cattle, sheep, and horses, as well as crops like wheat and barley. For native peoples, the missions often meant loss of autonomy, forced labor, and suppression of traditional beliefs. Yet some communities adapted elements of mission life into their own cultural frameworks, blending old traditions with new influences. In the Southwest, Spanish settlement intensified after the establishment of New Mexico in 1598 by Juan de Oñate. His expedition founded the colony at San Juan de los Caballeros and later moved to Santa Fe. Oñate's rule was harsh. When native communities resisted, he responded with violence, most notoriously at the Acoma Pueblo in 1599, where Spanish forces killed hundreds and enslaved many survivors. The brutality left deep scars, but also highlighted the resilience of native societies, who continued to resist domination. Over time, New Mexico developed into a center of Spanish colonial life, centered on Santa Fe. Missions spread across the Rio Grande Valley, and Spanish settlers sought to impose their authority. Yet native resistance never disappeared. In 1680, decades of tension culminated in the Pueblo Revolt, when a coalition of pueblos rose against Spanish rule. They drove settlers out of Santa Fe, destroyed churches, and reasserted traditional practices. For over a decade, the region remained free of Spanish control until a reconquest in the 1692. The revolt stands as one of the most successful indigenous uprisings in North America and a powerful reminder of native resilience. In the broader picture, Spanish exploration and colonization laid the groundwork for the cultural and demographic transformation of North America. They introduced new animals, horses, cattle, pigs that altered native economies and environments. Horses in particular revolutionized life on the Great Plains, enabling faster travel, more efficient hunting, and new forms of warfare. Spanish settlements brought wheat, olives, and grapes, while they also carried diseases that devastated native populations. The demographic collapse from smallpox, measles, and other epidemics was catastrophic, reducing some communities by as much as 90% within a century of contact. Spain's colonial influence extended into California as well. Beginning in the late 1700s, missions led by Franciscan friars, most famously Junipero Serra, were founded along the coast from San Diego to San Francisco. These missions sought to integrate native peoples into Spanish colonial society, but they also disrupted traditional lifeways and caused significant population decline due to disease and forced labor. The legacy of the mission system remains visible today in the architecture and cultural landscape of California. Throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, Spain's presence in North America remained dominant in the South and Southwest. Florida, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, and California all bore the imprint of Spanish colonization. While Spain never settled these lands as densely as it did Mexico or Peru, its influence was enduring. Place names, language, religion, and cultural traditions testify to the Spanish legacy in the American Southwest. Spanish exploration and colonization also shaped the larger geopolitical context. Spain claimed vast stretches of territory, asserting rights over much of the continent through papal decrees and royal charters. This set the stage for rivalries with other European powers, France, England, and later the Netherlands, who would challenge Spanish dominance. The contest for North America was not only a struggle between Europeans and native peoples, but also between competing European empires. By 1700, the Spanish Empire had established a durable presence in North America, though often thinly stretched and dependent on missions and garrisons rather than large urban settlements. Native resistance remained constant, ensuring that Spanish authority was always contested. Yet the framework of Spanish influence missions, presidios, and cultural exchange was firmly in place. The story of Spanish exploration and colonization in what would become the United States is thus one of ambition and conflict, of cultural imposition and adaptation. It introduced profound changes, animals, crops, technologies that reshaped native life, while also leaving scars of violence, disease, and displacement. It set the stage for centuries of colonial rivalry and for the complex blending of cultures that would define the Southwest and beyond. English colonization. While Spain and France were establishing footholds in Florida, the Southwest, and along the St. Lawrence River, another European power gradually prepared to stake its own claim in North America. That power was England. Compared to its rivals, England was late to colonization. For much of the 16th century, its attention was consumed by political and religious turmoil at home, as well as by rivalry with Spain on the high seas. But by the early 1602, England turned decisively toward the Atlantic. What followed was the planting of colonies along the eastern seaboard of North America, ventures that would eventually form the foundation of the United States. The first English explorations were tentative. In 1497, only 5 years after Columbus's first voyage, John Cabot sailed westward under the English flag and reached the coasts of Newfoundland. His voyage established a claim, but it did not lead to settlement. England lacked the resources and political stability to pursue colonies at that time, and for decades its role in the New World was limited mostly to fishing and occasional privateering against Spanish ships. By the late 1502, however, England's ambitions grew. Queen Elizabeth I encouraged efforts to challenge Spanish dominance. Explorers like Sir Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe and attacked Spanish treasure fleets, while promoters like Sir Walter Raleigh envisioned English colonies across the Atlantic. Raleigh sponsored attempts to settle Roanoke Island off the coast of present-day North Carolina, beginning in 1585. These ventures, however, struggled. The most famous attempt, the lost colony of Roanoke, established in 1587, disappeared without trace, its fate still uncertain. The word Croatoan, carved into a post, was the only clue left behind. Roanoke's failure underscored the immense difficulties of sustaining settlements in a distant and unfamiliar land. The real beginning of permanent English colonization came in 1607, when the Virginia Company of London established Jamestown on the banks of the James River in present-day Virginia. Jamestown was the first successful English settlement in North America, though its survival was far from guaranteed. The colonists faced disease, hunger, and conflict with the Powhatan Confederacy, a powerful native alliance under Chief Powhatan. Many of the early settlers were ill-prepared for the harsh realities of frontier life, expecting quick wealth rather than hard labor. The colony's population declined drastically in its first years, and only through the arrival of reinforcements and supplies did it endure. Over time, Jamestown found stability through tobacco, introduced by John Rolfe around 1612. Tobacco became a cash crop that transformed Virginia's economy. European demand was high, and soon large plantations spread along the tidewater, worked first by indentured servants from England, and later, increasingly, by enslaved Africans. In 1619, a Dutch ship brought the first group of enslaved Africans to Virginia, marking the beginning of African slavery in English America, a system that would grow to dominate the southern colonies. The English model of colonization differed from the Spanish and French approaches. Rather than focusing primarily on missions or trade outposts, the English established agricultural settlements, with families seeking land and opportunity. This brought them into direct and continuous conflict with native peoples, whose territories were displaced by expanding farms. In Virginia, intermittent warfare with the Powhatan Confederacy marked the colony's early decades. culminating in uprisings in 1622 and 1644 that resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. While Virginia grew as a tobacco colony, another strand of English colonization emerged farther north, driven not by commerce, but by religion. In 1620, a group of English separatists, later known as the Pilgrims, sailed aboard the Mayflower and landed at Plymouth in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking freedom from religious persecution, they aimed to establish a godly community in the New World. Their first winter was devastating, but with the assistance of local Wampanoag people, who taught them survival skills and shared food, the colony endured. The Pilgrims' 1,621 harvest celebration with their native allies later inspired the American tradition of Thanksgiving, though the realities of later conflict complicate the popular memory. Within a decade, larger groups of Puritans arrived, founding the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630 under the leadership of John Winthrop. Winthrop envisioned the colony as a city upon a hill, a model of religious community. The Puritans established towns, churches, and schools, embedding their values into the colony structure. Unlike the scattered plantations of Virginia, New England colonies often centered on compact towns with communal institutions. Agriculture was diversified, supplemented by fishing, shipbuilding, and trade. The English colonies expanded quickly along the coast. Maryland, founded in 1634, provided a refuge for English Catholics under Lord Baltimore. The Carolinas were established later in the 1662nd, developing rice and indigo plantations that relied heavily on enslaved African labor. Georgia, founded in 1733, was the last of the 13 colonies. Initially conceived as a buffer against Spanish Florida and a haven for debtors, each region developed distinct characteristics. The New England colonies were shaped by Puritan religious ideals, town life, and mixed economies. The middle colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, were more diverse, attracting settlers from across Europe, including Dutch, Germans, and Quakers. Pennsylvania, established by William Penn in 1681, became known for its religious tolerance and fair dealings with native peoples. The southern colonies, from Virginia to Georgia, relied heavily on plantation, agriculture, and slavery, creating a society sharply divided by class and race. Relations with Native Americans varied but were often fraught. Some groups engaged in trade and formed alliances, but land hunger and cultural differences led to recurring violence. In New England, conflicts such as the Pequot War of 1637 and King Philip's War of 1676 devastated native communities, reducing their populations and breaking their power in the region. In the Chesapeake, warfare with the Powhatan Confederacy gave way to gradual displacement of native peoples as English settlements expanded. By the late 17th century, the English colonies were firmly established. Their populations grew rapidly, fueled by migration from Europe and the natural increase of families. Colonial societies developed distinct identities, yet all remained tied to the English crown through charters, governors, and trade. England's Navigation Acts sought to regulate colonial commerce, ensuring that goods flowed through English ports. Though often resented by colonists, these policies bound the Atlantic world into an interconnected system of exchange. The English presence in North America was not uncontested. Dutch settlers had established New Netherland, centered on New Amsterdam, modern New York City, in the early 1602nd. In 1664, the English seized the colony, renaming it New York. The Swedes briefly founded New Sweden along the Delaware River, but it too was absorbed. By the close of the 17th century, the Atlantic seaboard from New England to the Carolinas was firmly under English control. What distinguished English colonization was the scale of settlement. By 1700, the English colonies numbered more than 250,000 inhabitants, vastly outnumbering French and Spanish settlers in North America. Their growth created societies that, though diverse, shared a common trajectory of expansion, self-government, and economic development. The seeds of a future nation were being planted, even if independence remained far over the horizon. English colonization thus represents a turning point in the history of the continent. It brought permanent agricultural settlements, rapid population growth, and lasting cultural institutions. It set into motion patterns of land use, labor systems, and political organization that would endure for centuries. At the same time, it displaced native peoples, entrenched racial slavery, and created divisions that would shape future conflicts. Out of these early settlements, the story of the United States began to take clearer form. Growth of the colonies. By the beginning of the 18th century, the English colonies along the Atlantic seaboard had taken root. What had begun as fragile outposts in Virginia and Massachusetts had grown into a chain of settlements stretching from New England to the Carolinas. Over the course of the 17th and early 18th centuries, these colonies expanded in population, territory, and complexity. They developed agricultural economies, trading networks, systems of government, and cultural traditions that reflected both European origins and adaptation to the American environment. The story of this growth reveals how diverse and dynamic colonial society became long before the Revolution. Population was the foundation of colonial expansion. In 1625, the combined English colonies numbered fewer than 2,000 settlers. By 1700, that figure had risen to more than 250,000. By 1750, it exceeded 1 million. This growth came from two sources: natural increase and immigration. Families were larger than in Europe, with higher birth rates and lower mortality thanks to abundant food and land. Waves of newcomers arrived as well, not only English, but also Scots, Irish, Germans, Dutch, and Africans, both free and enslaved. The result was a population that was increasingly diverse in language, religion, and custom. In New England, settlements multiplied outward from the early Puritan towns. Villages were typically organized around a central meeting house, with farmland divided into plots for families. Fishing, whaling, and shipbuilding thrived along the coasts, while trade connected Boston, Salem, and other ports to the wider Atlantic world. Education and religion were emphasized. Harvard College, founded in 1636, reflected the Puritan commitment to trained ministers and learned communities. At the same time, economic opportunities encouraged younger generations to push inland, clearing land in frontier areas of Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Maine. The middle colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, emerged as centers of diversity. Dutch and Swedish settlers left their mark, even after English conquest. Germans, known as the Pennsylvania Dutch, established prosperous farms in the fertile valleys. Quakers, led by William Penn, promoted religious tolerance and peaceful relations with native peoples, making Pennsylvania a haven for dissenters. Philadelphia became one of the largest and most cosmopolitan cities in British America, bustling with merchants, artisans, and thinkers. Wheat and other grains from the middle colonies fed not only local populations, but also markets in the Caribbean and Europe. In the southern colonies, plantation agriculture expanded rapidly. Virginia and Maryland relied heavily on tobacco, while South Carolina and Georgia developed rice and indigo as staple crops. These plantations required intensive labor, which was increasingly supplied by enslaved Africans. The transatlantic slave trade grew in scale during the late 17th and 18th centuries, bringing tens of thousands of Africans to the colonies. By 1750, enslaved people made up nearly 40% of the population in the southern colonies. Their forced labor generated immense wealth for plantation owners, while creating a deeply entrenched racial hierarchy. Despite these differences, all the colonies were part of an interconnected Atlantic system. Merchant ships carried goods, people, and ideas back and forth across the ocean. Raw materials such as tobacco, rice, furs, and timber flowed from America to Europe. Manufactured goods, cloth, tools, guns moved in return. The Caribbean, with its sugar plantations, was a crucial partner, exchanging molasses and rum with the mainland colonies. Enslaved Africans were transported through the horrific Middle Passage, forming one leg of what became known as the Triangular Trade. In just time, This growth also meant expanding settlement into native lands. As colonial populations pressed westward, they encroached upon territories long held by indigenous nations. Conflicts were frequent. In New England, King Philip's War of the 1672 had already devastated native communities. In the South, wars such as the Yamasee War of 1715 revealed the tensions between colonists and native allies. Despite trade relations, the relentless demand for land pushed native peoples farther inland, altering traditional patterns of life. Colonial societies also developed distinct forms of governance. Most colonies had elected assemblies, though governors were often appointed by the crown. These assemblies gave colonists experience in self-government and fostered a sense of political identity. Local control was strong. Town meetings in New England, county courts in Virginia, and assemblies in Pennsylvania all reflected the colonists' desire to manage their own affairs. At the same time, the colonies remained tied to England through laws, trade regulations, and military protection. Religion played a central role in colonial life, but its forms varied widely. Puritanism dominated New England, though dissenters like Roger Williams and Anne Hutchinson established Rhode Island as a center of religious freedom. The middle colonies were pluralistic, with Quakers, Lutherans, Reformed Protestants, Catholics, and Jews living side by side. The southern colonies were more Anglican in orientation, but enslaved Africans brought with them spiritual traditions that blended with Christianity to create new forms of religious expression. In the 1732 and 1742, the Great Awakening, a wave of religious revivals, led by preachers such as Jonathan Edwards and George Whitefield, swept across the colonies, emphasizing personal faith and emotional experience. This movement crossed regional boundaries and planted seeds of unity that would later prove significant. The cities of colonial America reflected its growing complexity. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston were bustling centers of trade and culture. Newspapers circulated ideas, artisans produced goods, and coffeehouses hosted debates. These urban hubs linked the colonies to global networks, while also serving as crucibles of political thought. Rural life remained dominant, but towns and cities demonstrated the colony's increasing sophistication. Colonial growth also produced inequality. Wealthy planters in the south and merchant elites in the north accumulated power and influence, while poorer farmers, servants, and laborers struggled for survival. Enslaved Africans endured brutal conditions, denied freedom, and subjected to violence. Women's roles were largely restricted to household labor, though their contributions in farming, trade, and community life were indispensable. The colonies were societies of opportunity, but opportunity was unevenly distributed. By the mid-18th century, the English colonies had matured into thriving communities with distinct regional identities, yet shared connections. They were no longer fragile experiments, but established societies with deep roots. They were also restless. Tensions simmered beneath the surface between colonists and native peoples, between rich and poor, between enslaved and free, and between colonial assemblies and royal governors. The growth of the colonies set the stage for new conflicts and transformations. As populations expanded westward, as economies tied them more closely to global markets, and as ideas of self-government spread, the colonies moved steadily toward a future that would challenge the very empire that had nurtured them. For now, in the first half of the 18th century, they were prosperous and expanding, but their growth carried within it the seeds of revolution and change. Colonial conflicts. As the English colonies along the Atlantic seaboard grew in size and population during the 17th and 18th centuries, they inevitably came into conflict both with the indigenous peoples whose lands they occupied and with rival European empires. These conflicts shaped the destiny of the colonies, testing their resilience, redrawing boundaries, and forging patterns of violence and negotiation that would echo for generations. The earliest and most constant tension was with Native American nations. Colonization meant an expanding demand for land, farms, plantations, towns, and trade routes. For indigenous communities, this expansion threatened not only their territories, but also their ways of life. Initial contact sometimes involved cooperation and trade. Colonists relied on native knowledge for survival, learning what crops to plant, how to hunt in new environments, and where to find food. Furs and other goods passed into colonial markets, while European tools, weapons, and cloth flowed into native economies. Yet beneath this exchange lay competing understandings of land and sovereignty. In Virginia, relations between the English and the Powhatan Confederacy deteriorated rapidly. After the founding of Jamestown in 1607, Powhatan sought to incorporate the newcomers into his sphere of influence through a mixture of diplomacy and control, but English expansion and demands for food soon bred hostility. In 1622, the Powhatan launched a coordinated attack on English settlements, killing around a quarter of the colony's population. The English retaliated with equally brutal campaigns, leading to decades of intermittent warfare. Another uprising in 1644 marked the last major attempt by the Powhatan to expel the English. But by then the balance of power had shifted decisively toward the colonists. In New England, conflicts unfolded with equal ferocity. The Pequot War of 1636-1637 arose from tensions over trade and territory. English settlers in Connecticut, allied with the Narragansett and Mohegan, clashed with the Pequot, one of the most powerful native nations in the region. The conflict culminated in the massacre at Mystic, where English and native allies surrounded a Pequot village and set it ablaze, killing hundreds. The destruction effectively broke Pequot power, opening southern New England to English settlement, but it left deep scars of violence. A generation later, King Philip's War, 1675-1676, engulfed much of New England in bloodshed. Metacom, known to the English as King Philip, was the leader of the Wampanoag people. He and his allies, including the Narragansett and Nipmuc, sought to resist the relentless encroachment of settlers. The war was devastating. Dozens of colonial towns were attacked, and thousands of native people were killed or displaced. English casualties were heavy as well, with some estimates suggesting that 1 in 10 military-age men in New England perished. The conflict ended with Metacom's death and the collapse of native resistance in the region. For native communities, it meant catastrophic loss of life, land, and autonomy. For colonists, it reinforced both their sense of vulnerability and their determination to expand. In the southern colonies, similar dynamics unfolded. The Yamasee War of 1715-1717 in present-day South Carolina erupted from grievances over trade abuses, debts, and land pressure. A coalition of Yamasee, Creek, Catawba, and other nations launched attacks on English settlements, killing hundreds of colonists. Though the war eventually ended in colonial victory, it exposed the fragility of frontier societies and demonstrated the capacity of native nations to unite against European expansion. Conflict also arose between colonies and rival European empires. During the 17th and 18th centuries, England, France, Spain, and the Netherlands vied for dominance in the Americas. Their struggles in Europe spilled over into the New World, turning the colonies into theatres of imperial war. The earliest of these conflicts was the Anglo-Dutch rivalry. The Dutch colony of New Netherland, centred on New Amsterdam, was seized by the English in 1664 and renamed New York. This transfer occurred with little bloodshed, but it reflected the larger contest for control of trade and territory. Dutch influence persisted in the region, but English authority was secured. More sustained were the wars with France. The French presence, stretching from Canada down the Mississippi River to Louisiana, hemmed in the English colonies from the west. French alliances with native nations created further challenges. A series of imperial wars, King William's War, 1689-1697, Queen Anne's War, 1702-1713, and King George's War, 1744-1748, involved fighting in both Europe and North America. In these conflicts, English colonists and their native allies clashed with French forces and their native partners. The wars brought raids on frontier settlements, destruction of villages, and cycles of revenge. One of the most notable episodes was the destruction of Deerfield, Massachusetts. In 1704, during Queen Anne's War, French and native raiders attacked the town, killing dozens and capturing more than 100 colonists, many of whom were marched to Canada. Such attacks underscored the vulnerability of the colonial frontier and the importance of alliances with native nations. Spain, too, remained a rival, particularly in the south. Spanish Florida was a constant concern for English colonists in Georgia and the Carolinas. Raids, skirmishes, and rival alliances with native peoples marked this borderland. In 1742, during the War of Jenkins' Ear, Spanish forces attempted to invade Georgia, but were repelled at the Battle of Bloody Marsh. The southern frontier remained a contested zone where empires met and collided. These colonial conflicts had profound consequences. For native peoples, wars often meant catastrophic losses and displacement. Many nations were drawn into European rivalries, forced to choose sides in struggles not of their making. The balance of power among native groups shifted repeatedly, as alliances with Europeans brought weapons and goods, but also new dangers. For colonists, the conflicts reinforced dependence on England for military protection, while also fostering a sense of shared identity through common struggle. The experience of warfare also shaped colonial society. Militias became central institutions, with men expected to defend their communities. Forts dotted the frontiers. Fear of attack, whether from native nations or European rivals, was a constant presence. At the same time, colonial economies profited from war. Merchants supplied armies, shipbuilders constructed vessels, and farmers sold provisions. By the mid-18th century, the stage was set for an even larger conflict. The overlapping claims of Britain and France in the Ohio Valley would soon erupt into the French and Indian War, known in Europe as the 7 Years' War. This struggle, beginning in the 1752nd, would decisively reshape the map of North America. But even before that climactic contest, the colonies had been forged in an atmosphere of near-constant tension between expansion and resistance, between settlers and native peoples, between empires colliding on distant frontiers. Colonial conflicts were therefore not peripheral episodes, but central to the making of early America. They determined who controlled land, who survived, and who adapted. They hardened divisions, but also created bonds among colonists, bonds that would later be crucial in the fight for independence. Above all, they revealed the complexity of a continent where diverse peoples, indigenous nations, European empires, and African communities met in both cooperation and conflict, shaping the world that was to come. Road to Revolution. By the middle of the 18th century, the English colonies in North America had matured into thriving societies. Their populations exceeded 2 million. Their economies were diverse and expanding, and their institutions of local self-government were deeply rooted. Yet these colonies were not independent nations. They were still part of the British Empire, bound by allegiance to the Crown and subject to imperial laws and trade regulations. For decades, this arrangement had been largely acceptable, a balance of mutual benefit. Colonists enjoyed the protection of the British Navy and access to imperial markets, while Britain profited from the flow of raw materials and colonial commerce. But this balance would not last. In the decades after 1750, a series of events gradually unravelled the relationship, drawing the colonies onto the road to revolution. The first great turning point came with the French and Indian War, known globally as the 7 Years' War. Beginning in 1754, this conflict pitted Britain and its colonies against France and its native allies for control of the Ohio Valley and the interior of North America. The war was brutal, fought through ambushes, sieges, and battles in forests and frontier forts. At first, the British suffered defeats, most notably the destruction of General Edward Braddock's expedition in 1755. But under the leadership of William Pitt, Britain committed greater resources, sending troops and ships across the Atlantic. In 1759, the British captured Quebec, striking a decisive blow against France. The war ended in 1763 with the Treaty of Paris, which transferred Canada and much of the interior to British control. The victory came at a cost. The war had nearly doubled Britain's national debt. To help pay for its expenses, Parliament turned to the colonies, expecting them to shoulder more of the financial burden. At the same time, the removal of France from Canada altered the balance of power. Colonists no longer feared French encirclement, while native nations lost a powerful counterweight to British expansion. Almost immediately, tensions flared. In 1763, Pontiac, an Ottawa leader, organized a coalition of native groups to resist British encroachment into the Great Lakes region, known as Pontiac's Rebellion. The conflict saw attacks on forts and settlements, with hundreds of colonists killed and many frontier communities destroyed. The British eventually suppressed the uprising, but it convinced imperial officials that tighter control over Western expansion was necessary. That same year, the proclamation of 1,763 forbade settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains, designating the territory as reserved for native peoples. Colonists, eager for land, resented this restriction, seeing it as an unwelcome interference in their aspirations. The issue of taxation soon became central. In 1764, Parliament passed the Sugar Act, lowering the duty on imported molasses, but strengthening enforcement of collection. More significant was the Stamp Act of 1765, which required that many printed materials from newspapers to legal documents carry a tax stamp. For the first time, Parliament had imposed a direct tax on the colonies. The response was swift and fierce. Colonists argued that, as they had no representatives in Parliament, taxation without representation was illegitimate. Protests spread from Massachusetts to Virginia, uniting colonies that had often acted independently. The Stamp Act Congress, held in New York in 1765, asserted colonial rights and coordinated resistance. The resistance was not only political but popular. Mobs attacked stamp distributors, forcing many to resign. Merchants organized boycotts of British goods, applying economic pressure. Pamphleteers and newspapers spread the message of liberty and rights. In 1766, facing intense opposition, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act, but in the same breath, it passed the Declaratory Act, asserting its authority to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The issue had not been resolved, it had merely been postponed. Further attempts to raise revenue followed. The Townshend Acts of 1767 placed duties on imported goods such as glass, paint, and tea. Colonists once again organized boycotts and protests. Tensions escalated, especially in Boston, where British troops were stationed to enforce order. In March 1770, a confrontation between soldiers and townspeople ended in the Boston Massacre, when 5 colonists were killed. The event became a powerful symbol of British tyranny, used by colonial leaders to rally resistance. Though most of the Townshend duties were repealed, the tax on tea remained. In 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act, granting the struggling East India Company the right to sell tea directly to the colonies at a reduced price, but still with a tax attached. Colonists saw this as a ploy to establish a precedent for taxation. In December of that year, a group of men disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. The Boston Tea Party was both a protest and a declaration that the colonies would not submit quietly. Britain responded with severity. In 1774, Parliament enacted the Coercive Acts, known in the colonies as the Intolerable Acts. These measures closed the port of Boston, curtailed town meetings, allowed royal officials to be tried elsewhere, and permitted the quartering of troops in private homes. To many colonists, these acts represented an assault on their liberties and a clear sign that Britain intended to reduce them to subjugation. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in 1774. Delegates from 12 colonies, all except Georgia, gathered to coordinate resistance. They endorsed a boycott of British goods, affirmed colonial rights, and prepared for possible military action. While some still hoped for reconciliation, others began to contemplate independence. The road to revolution was narrowing, with fewer exits left open. Events in Massachusetts soon pushed the colonies beyond protest. In April 1775, British troops marched from Boston to seize colonial arms stored in Concord. At Lexington, they confronted colonial militia, and shots were fired. The skirmishes at Lexington and Concord marked the beginning of armed conflict. The revolution had begun not with declarations or diplomacy, but with musket fire on village greens. The decade between 1765 and 1775 was thus one of escalating tension and irreversible change. What began as disputes over taxation and representation grew into a fundamental challenge to imperial authority. Colonists who once proudly called themselves Englishmen now questioned the legitimacy of Parliament's rule. Popular protests, political congresses, and acts of defiance created a sense of unity that had been absent before. At the same time, the British government, convinced of its sovereignty, responded with measures that deepened division. The road to revolution was not a straight path, nor was it inevitable. Many colonists remained loyal to the crown, valuing stability and fearing the consequences of rebellion. Others hoped for compromise, but the combination of war debt, imperial reform, colonial resistance, and mutual mistrust pushed both sides toward confrontation. By 1775, the colonies stood on the edge of a conflict that would transform not only their own future, but the history of the world. The American Revolution. The shots fired at Lexington and Concord in April 1775 marked more than just skirmishes on the outskirts of Boston. They ignited a war that would span 8 years, involve powerful empires, and determine the future of 13 colonies on the Atlantic seaboard. What began as disputes over taxation and representation escalated into a full-scale revolution, a struggle for independence that would reshape the political map of the world. The American Revolution was not a single event, but a sequence of battles, campaigns, and turning points, interwoven with debates, diplomacy, and sacrifice. In the spring of 1775, colonial militias, ordinary farmers, artisans, and townsmen gathered to resist British authority. At Concord, they forced red-coated regulars into retreat, harassing them along the roads back to Boston. The success, though modest, boosted morale and signaled that armed resistance was possible. In June, colonial forces fortified positions outside Boston, leading to the Battle of Bunker Hill. Though the British ultimately captured the ground, their heavy losses demonstrated the determination of colonial fighters. The conflict was no longer confined to protest. It had become war. That same summer, the Second Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia. Delegates from all 13 colonies assembled to coordinate the struggle. They appointed George Washington of Virginia as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, recognizing both his leadership qualities and the importance of uniting the colonies geographically and politically. The Congress issued appeals for peace, but it also prepared for sustained resistance. The Olive Branch Petition, sent to King George III, expressed loyalty and sought reconciliation, but the king rejected it. In his view, the colonies were in open rebellion. The war quickly spread beyond Massachusetts. In late 1775, American forces launched an invasion of Canada, hoping to bring the French-speaking population into the rebellion. The campaign failed, with defeats at Quebec and subsequent retreats, but it revealed the continental ambitions of the revolutionaries. On the seas, privateers harassed British shipping, while colonial ports faced blockades. In 1776, the debate shifted from protest to independence. For months, pamphlets and newspapers carried arguments about the future of the colonies. The most influential voice was Thomas Paine, whose pamphlet Common Sense, published in January 1776, called for complete separation from Britain. Written in clear, direct language, Paine's work reached a wide audience, convincing many that independence was both necessary and achievable. On the 2nd of July, 1776, the Continental Congress voted for independence. 2 days later, on the 4th of July, It adopted the Declaration of Independence, drafted primarily by Thomas Jefferson. The document proclaimed the colonies free and independent states, justified by the natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It accused King George III of tyranny and declared that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. The Declaration was both a statement of principle and a bold political act. With it, the colonies announced to the world that they were no longer subjects but a new nation. The military struggle, however, was far from over. In the summer of 1776, Britain launched a massive campaign to crush the rebellion. A fleet carrying tens of thousands of soldiers arrived in New York Harbor. Washington's army, outnumbered and inexperienced, suffered defeats at Long Island, Harlem Heights, and White Plains. By the end of the year, the British had captured New York City and forced Washington into retreat across New Jersey. The revolution seemed near collapse. Yet in December 1776, Washington struck back. Crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night, he led his troops to victory at Trenton, surprising a garrison of Hessian mercenaries. Days later, he won another engagement at Princeton. These victories, though small, revived American morale and demonstrated Washington's resilience. The war would not end quickly. In 1777, the conflict reached a turning point with the Battle of Saratoga. British General John Burgoyne attempted to march south from Canada, intending to cut off New England from the rest of the colonies. But American forces under Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold surrounded and defeated him near Saratoga, New York. Burgoyne surrendered his entire army in October. The victory was decisive, convincing France that the American cause was viable. In 1778, France formally allied with the United States, bringing military aid, naval support, and recognition. The war had become international. The alliance with France transformed the struggle. Spain and the Netherlands would eventually join against Britain as well, turning the conflict into a global war that stretched from the Caribbean to India. British resources were stretched thin, and American forces gained crucial support. French officers, including the Marquis de Lafayette, served alongside Washington, bringing experience and enthusiasm. French ships challenged British naval supremacy, altering the balance of power. The war's course, however, remained difficult. In 1777-1778, Washington's army endured a brutal winter at Valley Forge, suffering from cold, hunger, and disease. Yet, under the training of Baron von Steuben, a Prussian officer, the Continental Army emerged more disciplined and capable. The resilience of the soldiers, sustained by the cause of independence, kept the struggle alive. In the South, the war took on new dimensions. British forces captured Savannah in 1778 and Charleston in 1780, dealing heavy blows to American hopes. Yet guerrilla fighters, such as Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox, harassed British lines, while battles at King's Mountain and Cowpens shifted momentum. The Southern Campaign revealed the war's Civil War nature, with neighbours divided between patriot and loyalist, communities torn by reprisals and violence. By 1781, the conflict reached its climax at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Charles Cornwallis fortified his position on a peninsula, hoping for support from the Royal Navy. Washington, seizing the opportunity, coordinated with French forces under General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse. Together, American and French troops besieged Yorktown, while the French fleet blocked British reinforcements. After weeks of bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory effectively ended major fighting. Though peace negotiations dragged on, the war was essentially won. In 1783, the Treaty of Paris recognized the independence of the United States and established its boundaries from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, from Canada to Spanish Florida. Britain acknowledged the sovereignty of the new nation, while the United States promised to honor debts and respect loyalist property. The revolution was both a political and a social transformation. Politically, it created a republic founded on ideals of popular sovereignty and natural rights. Socially, it raised questions that would endure. Slavery persisted, Even as revolutionary rhetoric proclaimed liberty, women contributed to the war effort, but were denied political rights. Native nations, many of whom had allied with Britain, faced increasing pressure on their lands. The revolution was thus both a triumph and a beginning, opening possibilities, but leaving challenges unresolved. For the 13 colonies, the revolution marked the birth of the United States. For the world, it was a signal event, inspiring movements in Europe, Latin America, and beyond. The success of a colonial rebellion against a great empire was unprecedented. It demonstrated that new nations could emerge, grounded in principles of representation and rights. The American Revolution was not inevitable, nor was it simple. It was the product of specific circumstances: imperial debt, colonial growth, political ideals, and military resilience. It was won not only by battles, but by diplomacy, persistence, and the willingness of ordinary people to endure hardship. From Lexington to Yorktown, it was a story of determination against odds, of setbacks and triumphs, of ideas and action intertwined. By 1783, the United States stood independent. Yet independence was only the beginning. The challenge of creating a stable, unified, and lasting republic lay ahead. The revolution had secured freedom, but the task of nation-building remained unfinished. The new nation. With the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the United States achieved what had seemed impossible only a decade earlier: independence from the British Empire. The war had ended, the colonies were free, and the world now recognized a new nation on the map. Yet independence was only the first step. The far greater challenge lay ahead: building a functioning government, holding the states together, and creating a society that lived up to the promises of the revolution. Between 1783 and the early 1802, the United States passed through a turbulent but formative era, laying the foundations of a republic that would endure. The first framework for national government was the Articles of Confederation. Drafted during the Revolution and ratified in 1781, the Articles reflected a deep suspicion of centralized authority. Power rested primarily with the individual states, while the national government consisted of a single Congress. Each state, regardless of size, had one vote. There was no executive branch, no national judiciary, and no power to tax directly. The Confederation Congress could make treaties, conduct war, and manage Western lands, but it depended on voluntary contributions from the states for revenue. This arrangement allowed the war to be won, but it proved inadequate in peace. The weaknesses of the Articles soon became clear. Without the power to tax, the government struggled with debt from the Revolution. Without an executive, enforcement of laws was weak. Interstate trade was hampered by conflicting regulations, and foreign powers doubted the stability of the new republic. Britain maintained forts in the northwest, while Spain restricted access to the Mississippi River. At home, economic distress bred unrest. One of the most alarming episodes was Shays' Rebellion in 1786-1787. In Massachusetts, farmers burdened by debt and high taxes, many of them veterans of the Revolution, rose in armed protest. Led by Daniel Shays, they shut down courts to prevent foreclosures. Though the rebellion was eventually suppressed, it revealed deep economic strains and the fragility of government authority. Many leaders concluded that a stronger national framework was necessary. The result was the Constitutional Convention of 1787, held in Philadelphia. Delegates from 12 states, all but Rhode Island, gathered to revise the Articles, but quickly decided to draft a new constitution altogether. After months of debate, compromise, and negotiation, they produced the United States Constitution. It created a stronger central government with 3 branches: executive, legislative, and judicial, balanced by checks and balances. Representation in Congress was divided between a House of Representatives based on population and a Senate, with equal representation for each state. The Constitution also allowed for taxation, regulation of commerce, and the raising of armies. The Constitution was not without controversy. Anti-federalists feared that it gave too much power to the central government and endangered individual liberties. Federalists, led by figures such as Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay, defended it in a series of essays known as the Federalist Papers. To secure ratification, supporters promised the addition of a Bill of Rights. By 1791, the first 10 amendments were adopted, guaranteeing freedoms of speech, religion, and press, as well as protections against arbitrary government power. The new nation thus began with a framework that blended strength with restraint. In 1789, George Washington was unanimously elected as the first president. His leadership lent credibility and stability to the fledgling republic. Washington's presidency set many precedents: the creation of a cabinet, the careful balance between executive authority and legislative independence, and the tradition of serving only 2 terms. He sought to embody unity in a nation still fragile and divided. The challenges facing the new government were immense. Economically, the country was burdened with war debt. Alexander Hamilton, as the first Secretary of the Treasury, proposed a bold program. The federal government would assume state debts, establish a national bank, and promote manufacturing through tariffs and excise taxes. His plan was controversial, opposed by those who feared centralization and favored an agrarian vision of the republic. Yet Hamilton's measures helped stabilize American credit and laid the foundations of a modern financial system. Politically, divisions soon hardened into factions. Supporters of Hamilton's program formed the Federalist Party, favoring strong national authority and closer ties with Britain. Opponents, led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, formed the Democratic Republican Party, championing states' rights, limited government, and sympathy with revolutionary France. These rival visions of the nation, urban and commercial versus rural and agrarian, would define American politics for decades. Foreign policy posed another set of challenges. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, and by the mid-1000s, 792nd France was at war with Britain. The United States, still weak, sought to avoid entanglement. Washington's proclamation of neutrality in 1793 asserted that the young republic would not take sides. This stance angered both France and Britain, but Washington believed neutrality was essential for survival. His farewell address in 1796 warned against permanent alliances and the dangers of partisan division, advice that would echo long after his presidency. Conflicts with native nations also shaped the new nation's early years. As settlers pressed westward into the Ohio Valley, resistance grew. In 1791, a coalition of native warriors inflicted one of the worst defeats on U.S. forces in the Battle of the Wabash. Only in 1794, at the Battle of Fallen Timbers, did American forces under General Anthony Wayne secure victory. The subsequent Treaty of Greenville opened much of Ohio to settlement, but it came at the cost of native displacement. Slavery, too, remained a profound contradiction. The Revolution's rhetoric of liberty contrasted with the continued enslavement of hundreds of thousands of Africans and their descendants, especially in the South. The Constitution had avoided directly addressing the institution, with compromises that allowed it to persist. The new republic carried forward this unresolved tension, one that would grow more divisive in the decades to come. In 1796, Washington stepped down, setting another precedent of peaceful transfer of power. John Adams, a Federalist, succeeded him as the second president. Adams's presidency was marked by strained relations with France, leading to the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict. Domestically, the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798, which targeted immigrants and restricted dissent, provoked fierce opposition from Jefferson and Madison. These controversies revealed the fragility of consensus in the young republic. In 1800, the election of Thomas Jefferson marked a significant moment. The transfer of power from Federalists to Democratic Republicans occurred peacefully, demonstrating that the new political system could endure partisan competition without collapse. Jefferson's vision of a Republic of Farmers emphasized simplicity, limited government, and westward expansion. By the early 19th century, the United States had survived its infancy. It had weathered economic crises, political divisions, and foreign pressures. It had established a constitution, a functioning government, and traditions of leadership. Yet it remained a nation in formation, its boundaries uncertain, its population diverse, its contradictions unresolved. The era of the new nation was a time of experiment and precedent. Every decision carried weight for the future. The balance between liberty and authority, between unity and diversity, between ideals and realities, these were the questions that the United States began to answer in its earliest decades. The revolution had won independence, but the true work of building a nation had only just begun. Expansion westward. The early 19th century marked a new phase in the history of the United States. Having secured independence and established a functioning government, the young republic now turned its attention to the vast lands beyond the Appalachian Mountains. Expansion westward was not simply a matter of geography. It was a process that reshaped the nation's economy, politics, culture, and relationships with both native peoples and foreign powers. Between 1800 and 1850, the United States grew dramatically in size and ambition, fueled by migration, exploration, and the belief that its destiny lay across the continent. The Louisiana Purchase was the most dramatic early step in this expansion. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the purchase of the Louisiana Territory from France, doubling the size of the nation. For $15 million, the United States acquired lands stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. The purchase secured control of New Orleans, a vital port for Western farmers shipping goods down the Mississippi. It also opened immense new areas for settlement and exploration. Jefferson, though uncertain about the constitutional authority for such a purchase, saw it as essential to the future of an agrarian republic. To explore this vast territory, Jefferson commissioned the Corps of Discovery, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Beginning in 1804, the expedition traveled up the Missouri River, across the Rocky Mountains, and down the Columbia River to the Pacific. Along the way, they mapped the land, recorded plants and animals, and established relations with native nations. The guidance of Sacagawea, a Shoshone woman, was crucial in navigating terrain and securing provisions. The journey, completed in 1806, expanded knowledge of the continent and confirmed a vision of westward possibility. The Louisiana Purchase and Lewis and Clark's expedition symbolized the promise of expansion, but they also foreshadowed its challenges. The territory was not empty. It was home to numerous native nations with established communities, traditions, and claims. Expansion meant negotiation, displacement, and conflict. For native peoples, westward growth threatened sovereignty and survival. Migration across the Appalachians accelerated in these years. Settlers poured into Kentucky, Tennessee, and the Ohio Valley, clearing forests for farms and founding towns. Flatboats carried goods down the Mississippi to New Orleans, linking frontier communities to global markets. The availability of cheap land drew families seeking opportunity, while land speculators profited from sales. Expansion was not only physical, but social, fostering a culture of mobility and independence. Conflict with native nations accompanied this movement. In the early 1802, Shawnee leader Tecumseh and his brother, Tenskwatawa, known as the Prophet, organized a powerful resistance movement. They sought to unite tribes across the Midwest in opposition to American encroachment. At Prophetstown, near the Tippecanoe River, they established a center of native resistance. In 1811, U.S. forces under William Henry Harrison attacked and destroyed the settlement at the Battle of Tippecanoe. The conflict continued into the War of 1812, during which Tecumseh allied with the British. His death in battle in 1813 dealt a severe blow to native resistance in the region. The War of 1812 itself was partly a product of westward expansion. American settlers accused Britain of supporting native resistance in the frontier. At the same time, disputes over trade and impressment of sailors drew the United States into conflict with Britain. Though the war ended in stalemate with the Treaty of Ghent in 1814, it confirmed US control over the Northwest Territory and weakened native opposition. In the aftermath, expansion resumed with renewed intensity. By the 1822nd and 1832nd, expansion was both a national policy and a cultural ideal. The phrase "manifest destiny" had not yet been coined, but the belief was already widespread that the United States was destined to spread across the continent. Government actions reinforced this vision. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while drawing a line across the Louisiana Territory to regulate slavery's expansion. This compromise revealed how westward growth was inseparable from the sectional conflict over slavery. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 represented one of the most consequential and tragic policies of this era. Championed by President Andrew Jackson, the law authorized the relocation of native nations from their homelands east of the Mississippi to designated lands in the west. The Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Seminole, known as the Five Civilized Tribes, for their adoption of many European American practices, were particularly targeted. Despite legal victories, including a Supreme Court ruling in favor of Cherokee sovereignty, the federal government forced removal. The resulting migrations, known as the Trail of Tears, caused immense suffering and death. Tens of thousands were displaced, their lands seized for white settlement and plantation agriculture. At the same time, new technologies transformed expansion. The steamboat, introduced in the early 1802nd, revolutionized river transport, allowing goods and people to move efficiently against currents. The Erie Canal, completed in 1825, linked the Great Lakes with the Hudson River, opening vast markets to New York City and spurring migration into upstate New York and the Midwest. Roads and, later, railroads extended the reach of settlement even further. These developments tied the frontier more closely to the national economy, making expansion both feasible and profitable. Expansion also carried cultural consequences. The frontier became a powerful symbol in American identity, celebrated as a place of opportunity, self-reliance, and democracy. Writers like James Fenimore Cooper depicted the wilderness and its conflicts in novels such as The Last of the Mohicans. Politicians invoked the frontier spirit to promote national unity and pride. Yet this idealized vision often obscured the violence and displacement that accompanied settlement. By mid-century, expansion reached beyond the Mississippi. Arkansas and Michigan achieved statehood in the 1832nd, followed by Florida, Texas, Iowa, and Wisconsin in the 1842nd. Each new state raised questions of balance between free and slave territories, intensifying sectional tensions. Expansion was not simply a matter of geography, it was the central political issue of the era. The push westward also drew Americans toward lands still controlled by other powers. Texas, then part of Mexico, became a destination for settlers in the 1822nd. Conflicts over governance and slavery led to the Texas Revolution in 1836, resulting in the short-lived Republic of Texas. The annexation of Texas by the United States in 1845 would spark war with Mexico and bring vast new territories into the nation. Similarly, disputes with Britain over the Oregon Territory in the 1842nd nearly led to conflict before being resolved by treaty, securing the Pacific Northwest. Expansion westward was thus both opportunity and challenge. It offered land and prosperity for many settlers, created new markets, and fulfilled a vision of continental growth, but it also displaced native peoples, entrenched slavery, and provoked international conflict. The story of expansion was one of ambition and contradiction, embodying the nation's promise and its deepest divisions. By 1850, the United States stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The dream of a continental republic had become reality, yet the cost was immense, measured in lives lost, communities uprooted, and conflicts ignited. Expansion westward had transformed the nation, but it had also set it on a collision course with itself, as the question of slavery in the new territories threatened to tear the Union apart. The young republic tested. The first decades of the 19th century were a trial period for the new United States. Though independence had been won and the Constitution established, the survival of the republic was far from guaranteed. The early nation faced threats from abroad, internal divisions at home, and questions about whether its experiment in self-government could endure. Between 1800 and 1825, the United States was tested by war, political conflict, and rapid change. These years revealed both the fragility and the resilience of the young republic. The election of 1800 marks the first great test of American democracy. The contest between Federalist John Adams and Democratic Republican Thomas Jefferson was bitter and divisive, with each side portraying the other as a danger to the nation's survival. The result was a tie in the Electoral College between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, throwing the decision to the House of Representatives. After days of deadlock, Jefferson was chosen as president. The peaceful transfer of power from one political party to another was unprecedented in the modern world. It demonstrated that the new republic could endure partisan conflict without resorting to violence, setting a lasting precedent for constitutional government. Jefferson's presidency, 1801-1809, embodied the ideals of simplicity and limited government. He reduced military spending, cut taxes, and sought to shrink the size of federal authority. Yet his tenure also expanded executive power in unforeseen ways. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803, though not explicitly authorized by the Constitution, was justified as a treaty and doubled the nation's size. Jefferson, the champion of limited government, had made one of the boldest assertions of federal power. Foreign policy challenges soon tested the nation's resolve. American commerce was caught in the crossfire of European wars between Britain and France. Both powers interfered with U.S. shipping, but Britain's practice of impressment, seizing American sailors and forcing them into the Royal Navy, caused particular outrage. Jefferson responded with the Embargo Act of 1807, halting all trade with foreign nations. Intended as a peaceful measure to pressure Britain and France, the embargo instead devastated American merchants and farmers, especially in New England. Its unpopularity led to its repeal in 1809, but it underscored the vulnerability of the United States in a world dominated by European empires. James Madison, who succeeded Jefferson as president, faced the culmination of these tensions. In 1812, Congress declared war on Britain, beginning what came to be called the War of 1812. For many Americans, the war was about defending national honor, resisting British interference, and securing Western lands against native resistance, thought to be supported by Britain. For others, particularly in New England, the war seemed unnecessary and reckless. The nation was divided as it entered its first major conflict since the Revolution. The war revealed both weakness and resilience. Early American attempts to invade Canada failed repeatedly. The British captured Detroit and burned Washington, D.C. in 1814, setting fire to the Capitol and the White House. Yet American forces achieved important victories as well. At sea, U.S. naval vessels such as the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, defeated British ships, boosting morale. On land, the defense of Baltimore in 1814 inspired Francis Scott Key to write the poem that would later become the national anthem, The Star-Spangled Banner. In the Southwest, General Andrew Jackson won a decisive victory at the Battle of New Orleans in January 1815, though it occurred after peace had been negotiated. The Treaty of Ghent ended the war in late 1814, restoring the status quo. No territory changed hands, and the issues of impressment and trade were left unresolved. Yet the war had profound effects. It fostered a sense of national pride, proving that the Republic could stand against a major power. It weakened native resistance in the North, West, and South, opening more land for settlement. and it elevated figures like Andrew Jackson to national prominence. The aftermath of the war ushered in what historians call the era of good feelings, marked by a decline in partisan conflict and a surge of national unity. Under President James Monroe, 1817–1825, the United States expanded its borders and asserted itself on the world stage. The Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 secured Florida from Spain, while the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 declared that the Western Hemisphere was closed to further European colonization. Though the United States lacked the power to enforce it fully, the doctrine symbolized growing confidence in the nation's role. At the same time, internal challenges tested the Republic. Economic cycles brought periods of prosperity and panic. The Panic of 1819, triggered by falling agricultural prices and a credit crisis, caused widespread hardship. Farmers lost land, banks failed, and unemployment rose. The crisis highlighted the vulnerabilities of a young economy tied to global markets. Regional tensions also became more visible. The Missouri Crisis of 1819–1820 forced the nation to confront the issue of slavery in new territories. Missouri's application for statehood as a slave state threatened to upset the balance between free and slave states in the Senate. After intense debate, Congress passed the Missouri Compromise, admitting Missouri as a slave state, Maine as a free state, and prohibiting slavery north of latitude 36°30' in the Louisiana Territory. The compromise temporarily preserved balance, but revealed how divisive slavery had become. Culturally, the early 19th century was a time of nation-building. Writers, artists, and educators sought to create distinctly American forms of expression. Noah Webster published dictionaries and spelling books to standardize American English. Painters of the Hudson River School celebrated the grandeur of the nation's landscapes. Expansion of public education reflected the belief that Republican government required an informed citizenry. Despite these achievements, the Republic remained fragile. Native nations faced relentless displacement. African Americans, enslaved and free, continued to live under systems of oppression that contradicted the revolution's ideals. Women were excluded from formal politics, even as they contributed to family, community, and reform movements. The promise of liberty was real, but it was not universal. By the mid-1822nd, the United States had survived repeated tests, bitter elections, foreign wars, economic crises, and sectional disputes. It had expanded its borders, strengthened its institutions, and begun to develop a sense of national identity. Yet the questions of unity, equality, and the scope of federal power remained unsettled. The Republic had passed through its infancy, but its adolescence would bring new trials. The early decades of the 19th century thus demonstrated the precariousness of the American experiment. Survival was not inevitable. It was earned through resilience, compromise, and adaptation. The young Republic was tested, and though it endured, the strains revealed tensions that would only deepen in the years ahead. Growth and division. By the 1822nd and 1832nd, the United States had firmly established itself as an enduring republic. It had survived wars with Britain, expanded its territory, and asserted its presence in the wider world. Its population was growing rapidly, fueled by high birth rates and waves of immigration. Its economy was diversifying, with agriculture, commerce, and industry all contributing to prosperity. Yet beneath this growth lay deep divisions, social, economic, and political, that would increasingly define the nation's trajectory. The same forces that drove expansion and innovation also sharpened contrasts between regions, classes, and races. The most visible source of growth was demographic. In 1800, the United States had just over 5 million people. By 1850, that number exceeded 23 million. Families remained large, but immigration added dramatically to the population. Germans, fleeing economic distress and political upheaval, arrived in significant numbers. Irish immigrants, many escaping the devastating potato famine of the 1842 poured into eastern cities. These newcomers provided labour for factories and canals, but also faced prejudice and discrimination, particularly from native-born Protestants who feared cultural and religious differences. Economically, the United States was transforming. In the North, industrialization accelerated. Textile mills, powered by water and later steam, appeared first in New England and spread outward. The factory system drew in workers, many of them women and children, who endured long hours for modest wages. Cities such as Lowell, Massachusetts, became symbols of this new industrial order. Alongside textiles, ironworks, shipbuilding, and manufacturing expanded, creating a more complex economy. Agriculture remained central, but it, too, evolved. In the Midwest, newly settled lands in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois produced wheat and corn, aided by innovations like the steel plow and mechanical reaper. These technologies increased productivity and tied farmers more closely to markets. Surpluses flowed through expanding networks of canals and railroads to urban centers and ports. In the South, growth was inseparable from slavery. The invention of the cotton gin by Eli Whitney in 1793 had transformed cotton into the nation's most profitable export. By the 1832, King Cotton dominated the southern economy, supplying raw material to northern factories and British mills. Cotton cultivation spread across the deep South, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and beyond, driving demand for enslaved labor. The domestic slave trade expanded, forcibly relocating hundreds of thousands of African Americans from the Upper South to the cotton frontier. The wealth of planters grew, but it was built on human bondage and exploitation. These economic developments deepened regional differences. The North increasingly associated itself with free labor, industry, and commerce. The South became ever more committed to slavery and plantation agriculture. The Midwest bridged the two, supplying food to both regions, but it too leaned toward free labor. The question of whether new states admitted to the Union would allow slavery became the central political issue of the era, threatening national unity. Social divisions also sharpened. Immigrants clustered in northern cities, forming distinct communities, but also provoking nativist backlash. Anti-immigrant movements, often targeting Catholics, claimed that newcomers threatened American values. Enslaved African Americans in the South faced ever harsher conditions as cotton profits rose, while free black communities in the North confronted systemic racism and limited opportunities. Women, confined largely to domestic roles, began to organize for education, temperance, and eventually suffrage, though their voices were only starting to be heard. Politically, the nation witnessed the rise of a new democratic spirit. Andrew Jackson, elected president in 1828, symbolized this shift. A military hero of humble origins, Jackson presented himself as the champion of the common man. His presidency marked the ascendancy of Jacksonian democracy, characterized by expanded suffrage for white men, distrust of elites, and emphasis on popular participation. Yet Jackson's vision excluded women, Native Americans, and African Americans. Democracy expanded for some while, narrowing for others. Jackson's policies also revealed divisions. His opposition to the Second Bank of the United States reflected deep suspicion of concentrated financial power, but it destabilized the economy. His embrace of Indian removal, culminating in the Trail of Tears, revealed the violent costs of expansion. His use of presidential authority, from vetoes to party organization, reshaped the balance of power in government, strengthening the executive branch. Meanwhile, debates over tariffs, states' rights, and slavery intensified. The nullification crisis of 1832-1833 saw South Carolina challenge federal tariffs, claiming the right to nullify national laws. Jackson forcefully opposed nullification, asserting the supremacy of the Union, while Congress passed a compromise tariff to ease tensions. The crisis underscored the growing divide between federal authority and Southern resistance, foreshadowing future conflict. Cultural life in this period reflected both growth and division. The Second Great Awakening, a wave of religious revival, swept across the country in the early 19th century. Camp meetings, emotional preaching, and calls for personal salvation energized millions. The movement inspired reform efforts, temperance, abolitionism, women's rights, linking faith with social change. Reformers such as Frederick Douglass, a formerly enslaved man, and William Lloyd Garrison, publisher of The Liberator, pressed for the abolition of slavery. Their voices stirred debate but also provoked fierce opposition in the South. Literature and art also flourished. Writers such as Washington Irving, James Fenimore Cooper, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and Herman Melville explored themes of history, wilderness, and morality. The Transcendentalists, including Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau, emphasized individual conscience, self-reliance, and harmony with nature. Painters of the Hudson River School celebrated the grandeur of American landscapes, linking expansion with national identity. Amid growth, the divisions of the nation became increasingly clear. Each new state admitted to the Union forced debate over the balance of free and slave states. The Missouri Compromise had postponed crisis, but the underlying conflict remained unresolved. The annexation of Texas and the war with Mexico would soon bring new territories into question, intensifying sectional rivalry. By the 1842nd, the United States was both a land of opportunity and a land of contradiction. Its population was booming, its economy was dynamic, and its culture was vibrant. Yet its prosperity was uneven, its democracy limited, and its unity precarious. Growth brought power, but it also magnified division. The decades of the early 19th century revealed the central paradox of American history, a republic founded on liberty and equality that expanded through conquest, displacement, and slavery. The nation was rising, but it was also drifting toward a reckoning with the contradictions at its core. Jacksonian America. The period from the 1822nd through the 1842nd is often described as the Age of Jackson, not only because Andrew Jackson himself dominated its politics, but also because the nation underwent profound changes that reflected his vision and style. Jackson's rise from frontier origins to the presidency symbolized a new era in American democracy, one that celebrated the common man, expanded political participation, and reshaped the balance of power between government and society. Yet it was also an era of contradiction, for while democracy widened for white men, it narrowed and grew harsher for Native Americans, African Americans, and women. Jacksonian America was a time of both empowerment and exclusion, of bold expansion and deepening divisions. Andrew Jackson's background set him apart from earlier presidents. Born in 1767 the backcountry of the Carolinas, he grew up on the edge of the frontier, orphaned as a teenager during the Revolutionary War. He rose to prominence as a lawyer, land speculator, and military leader in Tennessee. His fame as a general, particularly after his decisive victory over the British at the Battle of New Orleans in 1815, made him a national hero. To many Americans, Jackson embodied rugged independence, personal courage, and distrust of entrenched elites. His election in 1828 was a watershed moment. It was the first campaign fought on a mass scale, with rallies, slogans, newspapers, and grassroots organizing. Jackson's supporters portrayed him as the champion of ordinary citizens against the wealthy and privileged. His opponents, calling themselves National Republicans, warned that he was a dangerous demagogue. Jackson's victory signaled a broadening of American democracy. Property requirements for voting were being abolished in many states, and political participation among white men was expanding dramatically. The electorate had grown, and Jackson was its symbol. Once in office, Jackson pursued policies that reflected his combative and populist instincts. He saw himself as the direct representative of the people, willing to use presidential power aggressively to protect their interests. His use of the veto was unprecedented. He rejected bills not only on constitutional grounds, but also because he disagreed with their policy. This assertiveness redefined the presidency as an active force in shaping legislation and national direction. One of Jackson's most controversial battles was against the Second Bank of the United States. To Jackson, the bank represented the power of wealthy elites and posed a threat to democracy. He believed it concentrated too much influence in the hands of a few financiers and favored the rich at the expense of ordinary farmers and workers. In 1832, when Congress passed a bill to recharter the bank, Jackson vetoed it. He then moved federal deposits into state banks, often called pet banks. The bank war polarized the nation, with supporters praising Jackson for defending democracy and opponents accusing him of reckless tyranny. The destruction of the bank weakened centralized financial control and contributed to economic instability, including the Panic of 1837, a severe depression that struck during the presidency of Jackson's successor, Martin Van Buren. Another defining policy of Jacksonian America was Indian removal. Jackson believed that the expansion of white settlement was essential to the nation's growth, and he viewed Native American communities east of the Mississippi as obstacles. In 1830, he secured passage of the Indian Removal Act, authorizing the government to negotiate treaties, relocating native nations to lands west of the Mississippi River. Though framed as voluntary exchange, the policy was enforced through pressure and coercion. The Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Seminole, the so-called five civilized tribes, resisted removal, some through legal action, others through armed conflict. The Cherokee pursued their case to the Supreme Court in Worcester v. Georgia, 1832, where the court ruled in their favor, affirming their sovereignty. Jackson reportedly dismissed the decision, saying, "John Marshall has made his decision. Now let him enforce it." Whether or not he used those exact words, his administration ignored the ruling. Forced removals followed, most notoriously the Trail of Tears in 1838, when thousands of Cherokee were marched westward under brutal conditions. An estimated 4,000 perished from hunger, exposure, and disease. The policy of removal marked a profound injustice, reshaping the demographics of the Southeast and leaving a legacy of suffering. Jackson also confronted the issue of states' rights during the nullification crisis. In 1832, South Carolina declared that federal tariffs were null and void within the state, asserting a doctrine of nullification advanced by John C. Calhoun. The crisis threatened to tear apart the Union. Jackson, though a supporter of limited government, fiercely opposed nullification, seeing it as rebellion. He secured from Congress a force bill authorizing military action, while also supporting a compromise tariff to ease tensions. The crisis ended without war, but it underscored the fragility of the Union and foreshadowed future conflicts over federal authority and slavery. Despite these controversies, Jackson remained immensely popular among many Americans. His supporters coalesced into the Democratic Party, which emphasized states' rights, limited government, and suspicion of concentrated economic power. Opponents formed the Whig Party, uniting former national Republicans, anti-Jackson Democrats, and others who favored a stronger federal role in promoting economic development. This two-party system reinvigorated American politics, shaping debates for decades. Culturally, Jacksonian America was a time of reform and innovation. The Second Great Awakening, a religious revival movement, swept across the nation, inspiring new denominations, camp meetings, and a surge in personal piety. It also fueled reform movements, including temperance, abolition, women's rights, and education. Figures such as Dorothea Dix campaigned for humane treatment of the mentally ill, while Horace Mann promoted public schooling as essential for democracy. The reform spirit reflected a belief that individuals and society could be improved, a belief closely tied to the democratic ethos of the age. The arts and literature flourished as well. Writers like Washington Irving and James Fenimore Cooper explored American themes of wilderness, history, and identity. The transcendentalist thinkers Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, and Margaret Fuller emphasized individual conscience, nature, and social reform. Their ideas challenged materialism and conformity, pointing toward a vision of self-reliance and moral progress. Yet, beneath this cultural vitality, divisions deepened. Slavery, the great contradiction of American democracy, became an increasingly urgent issue. Abolitionist voices grew louder, with William Lloyd Garrison demanding immediate emancipation and Frederick Douglass speaking powerfully from his experience as a formerly enslaved man. Southern leaders, by contrast, defended slavery as essential to their economy and way of life. The gulf between free and slave states widened, and though Jackson himself avoided direct confrontation with the issue, it loomed ever larger over the nation. Economic inequality also sharpened. While opportunities expanded for white men, many workers struggled with poor conditions in factories and cities. Immigrants faced prejudice and hardship, while women remained excluded from most political and economic rights. Native Americans endured forced removal, and African Americans lived under slavery or discrimination. The democracy of Jacksonian America was real but limited, extended broadly to white men while denying full inclusion to others. By the end of Jackson's presidency in 1837, the United States was larger, more democratic, and more dynamic than ever before. But it was also more divided. The era of Jackson had expanded political participation and reshaped the presidency, yet it had also inflicted deep wounds and left unresolved the central conflicts of the age. Jacksonian America was a time of bold growth and harsh contradictions, a moment when the nation's promise and peril stood side by side. Manifest Destiny. By the 1842nd, the United States was entering a new phase of national ambition. Its population was surging, its economy was expanding, and its political leaders increasingly looked westward across the continent. A phrase began to capture this spirit: Manifest Destiny. Coined in 1845 by journalist John L. O'Sullivan, the term expressed the belief that it was the nation's providential mission to expand across North America, spreading its institutions and way of life from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The idea was both inspirational and divisive, promising opportunity while masking the violence and displacement that accompanied expansion. The roots of Manifest Destiny stretched back decades. Since the Revolution, Americans had seen their republic as exceptional, a model of liberty with a global significance. The Louisiana Purchase and the Lewis and Clark expedition had opened vast territories, while the removal of native nations cleared land for white settlement. By the 1832nd and 1842nd, migration westward was accelerating, driven by land hunger, economic opportunity, and a restless spirit of mobility. The rhetoric of destiny gave these movements ideological justification, portraying expansion as not only desirable but inevitable. The settlement of Texas became one of the first major tests of this vision. In the 1822nd, Mexico invited American settlers to colonize its northern province of Texas, hoping they would serve as a buffer against native raids and foreign encroachment. Thousands of Americans, mostly from the South, moved into the region, bringing with them enslaved labor despite Mexico's abolition of slavery. Tensions grew over governance, culture, and law. In 1836, Texian settlers declared independence, forming the Republic of Texas after a bloody conflict with Mexican forces. Famous battles at the Alamo and San Jacinto entered American law, though they represented a clash over sovereignty and slavery as much as heroism. For nearly a decade, Texas remained an independent republic, but its annexation by the United States in 1845 fulfilled expansionist dreams while provoking sharp opposition from Mexico. The annexation of Texas led directly to the Mexican-American War, fought between 1846 and 1848. The conflict began after disputes over the boundary between Texas and Mexico and expanded into a full-scale invasion. American forces, commanded by generals such as Zachary Taylor and Winfield Scott, advanced through northern Mexico, captured Mexico City, and secured victory. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ended the war in 1848, ceding to the United States vast territories, including present-day California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming. This enormous acquisition, known as the Mexican Cession, fulfilled the dream of a continental republic, but also intensified debates over the expansion of slavery. While armies fought in Mexico, settlers were moving westward along trails that became legendary. The Oregon Trail carried thousands of families across plains, rivers, and mountains to the fertile valleys of the Pacific Northwest. Wagons rolled westward, their occupants enduring hardship, disease, and danger in pursuit of land and opportunity. By the 1842nd, the Oregon Territory had become a focal point of dispute between Britain and the United States. Advocates of manifest destiny demanded that the entire territory, up to latitude 54°40", be claimed by the United States, chanting 54, 40 or fight. In 1846, however, the dispute was resolved peacefully with Britain, fixing the boundary at the 49th parallel and securing the Pacific Northwest for American settlement. California, too, became a magnet for expansion. Even before the war with Mexico, settlers and traders envisioned its harbors as gateways to Asian markets. After its annexation, the discovery of gold in 1848 at Sutter's Mill transformed California overnight. The gold rush drew hundreds of thousands of migrants from across the world, Americans from the East, Chinese laborers, Latin Americans, and Europeans, creating a diverse and tumultuous society. San Francisco grew from a small settlement into a booming city, while mining camps dotted the Sierra Nevada. The gold rush embodied both the promise and chaos of manifest destiny, immense opportunity, rapid growth, and profound dislocation. Expansion was not limited to land. The dream of manifest destiny also extended to commerce and influence. Advocates envisioned US power stretching into the Pacific and the Caribbean. Efforts to acquire Cuba and other territories reflected this ambition, though they often faltered. Still, the sense of continental and even global mission pervaded American politics and culture in the mid-19th century. The costs of manifest destiny were immense, particularly for native peoples. Every westward movement displaced established communities. Treaties were made and broken, lands were seized, and violence was common. The plains, the southwest, and the northwest all witnessed new waves of conflict as settlers pressed forward. For native nations, manifest destiny meant not opportunity, but survival under relentless pressure. The ideology also deepened sectional divisions. Each new territory raised the question of slavery. Would it be permitted in the lands gained from Mexico? The Wilmot Proviso of 1846, though never passed, proposed banning slavery in these territories, sparking fierce debate. The Compromise of 1850 sought to settle the matter, admitting California as a free state while strengthening the Fugitive Slave Act. But the compromises could not resolve the underlying conflict. Manifest destiny expanded the map of the United States, but it also expanded the scope of the slavery debate, bringing the nation closer to civil war. Culturally, the vision of manifest destiny was celebrated in art, literature, and political rhetoric. Painters depicted pioneers moving westward under skies filled with light, while native peoples and wild animals receded into darkness. Speeches invoked divine favor and historical mission. The frontier was cast as a place of renewal, where democracy could flourish free of old-world corruption. Yet these images concealed the realities of displacement, labor, and struggle. For many settlers, the journey west was arduous and success uncertain. For those displaced, it was devastating. By the 1852nd, the United States had achieved continental reach. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, the dream of manifest destiny appeared fulfilled. Railroads, telegraphs, and new states tied the regions together, while trade flowed across oceans. But the very success of expansion exposed the contradictions at the heart of the Republic: liberty and slavery, inclusion and exclusion, opportunity and dispossession, all coexisted uneasily within the expanding nation. Manifest destiny was not simply a policy or a slogan. It was an ideology that shaped how Americans saw themselves and their future. It justified expansion, encouraged migration, and inspired confidence. But it also obscured the costs, deepened divisions, and set the stage for conflicts that would test the very survival of the Union. The dream of a continental republic had been realized, but the struggle over what kind of republic it would be had only just begun. The coming of civil war. By the middle of the 19th century, the United States had expanded across the continent, fulfilling much of the vision of Manifest Destiny. Yet this vast territorial growth did not bring unity. Instead, it exposed and deepened a fracture that had been present since the nation's founding, the divide over slavery. Every new territory admitted to the Union forced the question, would it permit slavery or not? The answers threatened to tilt the balance of political power and ultimately the survival of the Republic itself. From the 1,822nd to the 1,862nd, debates over slavery, sovereignty, and the nature of the Union pushed the nation steadily towards civil war. The Missouri Compromise of 1,820 had been an early attempt to contain the conflict, drawing a line across the Louisiana Territory to separate free from slave regions. For a generation, it seemed to provide a fragile peace, but the annexation of Texas, the war with Mexico, and the acquisition of vast new lands reopened the struggle. Could slavery expand into these territories, or would they be reserved for free labor? Neither side was willing to yield. The Compromise of 1,850 sought another settlement. California entered the Union as a free state, while the territories of New Mexico and Utah were organized without restrictions on slavery, leaving the decision to popular sovereignty. The compromise also included the Fugitive Slave Act, requiring that escaped enslaved people be returned to their owners even from free states. This provision outraged Northerners, who saw it as a national imposition of slavery's power. Abolitionists mobilized, and networks of the Underground Railroad expanded, helping fugitives escape to Canada. The compromise delayed crisis, but it intensified sectional animosity. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1,854 escalated the conflict dramatically. Proposed by Senator Stephen A. W. Douglas, the law organized the territories of Kansas and Nebraska and allowed settlers there to decide the slavery question by popular sovereignty, effectively repealing the Missouri Compromise line. The result was violence. Pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers flooded into Kansas, each determined to control its future. Armed clashes broke out, earning the territory the name Bleeding Kansas. Guerrilla warfare raged for years, claiming lives and hardening divisions. Politics fractured under the strain. The Whig Party, once a major force, collapsed. In its place, new alignments emerged. The Republican Party, founded in the mid-1852nd, united those who opposed the expansion of slavery. Though it included abolitionists, many Republicans focused not on immediate emancipation, but on preventing slavery from spreading into new territories. The Democratic Party, increasingly dominated by Southern interests, defended slavery as essential to the economy and social order. The political landscape now mirrored the sectional divide, leaving little room for compromise. The debate over slavery was not only political but moral. Abolitionists such as Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison, Sojourner Truth, and Harriet Beecher Stowe gave voice to the human cost of bondage. Douglass, drawing on his own experience as a formerly enslaved man, spoke and wrote with unmatched eloquence about the cruelty of slavery and the hypocrisy of a nation founded on liberty. Garrison demanded immediate emancipation, rejecting gradualism or compromise. Stowe's novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, published in 1852, depicted the suffering of enslaved families and became a sensation, galvanizing Northern opinion while provoking fury in the South. At the same time, Southern leaders developed an increasingly aggressive defense of slavery. They argued that it was not merely a necessary evil, but a positive good, ordained by history and religion. They insisted that the prosperity of the South, and indeed of the nation, dependent on cotton, rested on enslaved labor. Any threat to slavery, they claimed, was a threat to their very way of life. The gulf between free and slave states widened into an ideological chasm. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 deepened the crisis. Dred Scott, an enslaved man, had sued for his freedom on the grounds that he had lived in free territory. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, ruled against him. The decision declared that African Americans, free or enslaved, could not be citizens and had no standing in federal courts. It also invalidated congressional authority to prohibit slavery in the territories, striking down the Missouri Compromise. The ruling outraged the North, emboldened the South, and further eroded faith in compromise. Violence increasingly accompanied politics. In 1856, Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts delivered a fiery speech against slavery, condemning its supporters. Days later, Representative Preston Brooks of South Carolina entered the Senate chamber and beat Sumner nearly to death with a cane. The assault shocked the nation and symbolized the breakdown of civil discourse. In Kansas, armed bands of pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers fought, while radical abolitionist John Brown launched raids that presaged greater conflict. John Brown's most dramatic act came in 1859, when he and a small group seized the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, hoping to spark a slave uprising. The raid failed, and Brown was captured and executed. To the South, Brown was a terrorist. To many in the North, he was a martyr. His raid revealed the desperation of abolitionist zeal and the depth of Southern fear. The election of 1860 marked the final rupture. Abraham Lincoln, candidate of the Republican Party, won the presidency on a platform that opposed the expansion of slavery, but did not call for its immediate abolition where it already existed. His victory, achieved without carrying a single Southern state, convinced many Southerners that their position in the Union was untenable. Before Lincoln even took office, 7 Southern states seceded, forming the Confederate States of America. The nation now stood on the brink. For decades, compromises had postponed conflict, but they had not resolved the underlying contradiction between slavery and freedom. The territorial expansion of the United States, the rise of new parties, the moral force of abolition, and the intransigence of Southern defense had combined to make division irreconcilable. By early 1861, the United States faced its greatest crisis. The Union, tested and strained, was breaking apart. What began as a debate over policy had become a struggle over existence. The Civil War was no longer a possibility. It was an imminent reality. The Civil War, the secession of Southern states in late 1860 and early 1861, plunged the United States into its gravest crisis. For decades, compromises had held the Union together, balancing the interests of free and slave states. But with the election of Abraham Lincoln, who opposed the expansion of slavery, many Southern leaders concluded that their future lay outside the Union. By February 1861, 7 states, South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, had seceded to form the Confederate States of America. After the attack on Fort Sumter in April, 4 more joined them: Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina. The nation was divided, and civil war had begun. The Civil War was more than a struggle between 2 governments. It was a clash of societies, economies, and visions of the future. The Union, with its larger population, industrial base, and extensive transportation networks, held material advantages. The Confederacy, however, fought on familiar ground, with capable military leaders and the determination to defend its way of life. Both sides expected the war to be short. Instead, it lasted 4 years, cost more than 600,000 lives, and transformed the nation. The opening shots came at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor on the 12th of April, 1861. Confederate forces bombarded the Federal garrison until it surrendered. The attack rallied the North, and Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. Across the South, men enlisted by the tens of thousands, convinced they were defending their homes and liberties. The war had begun with enthusiasm, but its reality soon proved far harsher than either side imagined. Early battles revealed the scale of the conflict. At the First Battle of Bull Run in July 1861, Union forces marched toward Richmond, Virginia, expecting a quick victory. Instead, they were routed by Confederate troops under generals such as Thomas Stonewall Jackson. The defeat shocked the North and dispelled illusions of an easy war. In the West, Union forces achieved some early success, capturing forts along the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers under the command of Ulysses S. Grant. Control of rivers and railroads became vital, as armies depended on supply lines stretching across vast distances. By 1862, the war spread across multiple theaters. In the East, General George McClellan led the Union Army of the Potomac in the Peninsula Campaign, attempting to capture Richmond. Though his forces reached the outskirts of the Confederate capital, McClellan's caution allowed Robert E. Lee, who had taken command of the Army of Northern Virginia, to counterattack. In the 7 days' battles, Lee forced the Union to retreat, establishing his reputation as a brilliant strategist. The same year saw one of the bloodiest days in American history, the Battle of Antietam in September 1862. Lee invaded Maryland, hoping to win recognition for the Confederacy and perhaps encourage European intervention. At Antietam Creek, Union forces confronted him in a day of brutal combat. Nearly 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing. Though tactically inconclusive, the battle forced Lee to withdraw, giving the Union a strategic victory. It also provided Lincoln with the opportunity to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, announced in September 1862 and taking effect on the 1st of January, 1863. The Emancipation Proclamation declared all enslaved people in Confederate-controlled areas to be free. While limited in immediate effect since it did not apply to border states or Union-occupied regions, it transformed the war. The Union was now fighting not only to preserve the nation, but also to end slavery. The proclamation discouraged foreign powers, particularly Britain and France, from recognizing the Confederacy, as their publics opposed slavery. It also allowed African American men to enlist in the Union Army, adding strength and moral purpose to the cause. Meanwhile, the war's toll grew heavier. Battles such as Fredericksburg, 1862, and Chancellorsville, 1863, brought Union defeats and staggering casualties. Lee's bold maneuvers often overcame larger Union forces. Yet, in the West, Grant achieved steady progress. Victories at Shiloh, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga secured control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy in two. Grant's determination and willingness to fight costly battles marked him as the Union's most effective commander. The turning point came in 1863. In July, Lee launched a second invasion of the North, advancing into Pennsylvania. At Gettysburg, Union and Confederate armies clashed in a massive 3-day battle. On the third day, Pickett's charge, a desperate assault on the Union center, was repelled with devastating losses. Lee retreated, and the Confederacy would never again mount a major offensive in the North. At the same time, Grant captured Vicksburg, giving the Union full control of the Mississippi River. Together, Gettysburg and Vicksburg marked a decisive shift in momentum. The war dragged on, however, with relentless intensity. In 1864, Lincoln appointed Grant General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant launched a campaign of continuous engagement against Lee in Virginia, grinding through battles at the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor. Casualties mounted, but Grant pressed forward, laying siege to Petersburg and cutting off Richmond. In the West, General William Tecumseh Sherman marched from Atlanta to the sea, devastating Georgia's infrastructure and breaking Confederate morale. His march to the sea symbolized the Union's growing power and determination to end the war. By early 1865, the Confederacy was exhausted. Its armies were depleted, its economy shattered, and its will to fight waning. Richmond fell in April, and Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on the 9th of April, 1865. Other Confederate forces soon followed. The war was over. The cost had been staggering. More than 600,000 soldiers died, with countless more wounded. Cities were destroyed, families divided, and landscapes scarred. Yet the war achieved two profound outcomes. It preserved the Union, and it ended slavery. The 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, abolished slavery throughout the United States, fulfilling the promise of the Emancipation Proclamation. The Civil War was a crucible in which the nation was tested. It revealed both the fragility and the resilience of the American experiment. It demonstrated the capacity for sacrifice and endurance, while also exposing the depths of division and the consequences of unresolved contradictions. The Union had survived, but the work of healing and reconstruction was only beginning. Reconstruction. The surrender of Confederate armies in 1865 ended the Civil War, but it did not resolve the deeper questions that had torn the nation apart. The Union had been preserved, and slavery had been abolished, but the meaning of freedom and the future of the South remained unsettled. How would millions of formerly enslaved people build new lives? How would the Southern states be reintegrated into the Union? Could democracy endure after such devastation? The era known as Reconstruction, stretching from 1865 to 1877, was an attempt to answer these questions. It was a period of remarkable progress and profound resistance, of bold visions and unfinished promises. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the South lay in ruins. Cities such as Richmond, Atlanta, and Columbia were heavily damaged. Plantations and farms were devastated, railroads destroyed, and the economy shattered. Enslaved people, nearly 4 million of them, were suddenly free. But freedom came without land, resources, or security. Families sought to reunite after years of separation. Communities built churches and schools, and leaders emerged to guide the transition from bondage to citizenship. For many African Americans, emancipation was both a joyous liberation and a daunting challenge. President Abraham Lincoln had envisioned a relatively lenient process of reunion. His 10% plan proposed that a state could be readmitted when 10% of its voters took an oath of loyalty and accepted emancipation. But Lincoln's assassination in April 1865 brought Andrew Johnson to the presidency, and Reconstruction took a more troubled course. Johnson, a Southern Democrat loyal to the Union, favored rapid restoration with minimal changes to the Southern order. He offered amnesty to most Confederates and allowed states to reconstitute governments with little federal oversight. The governments that emerged in the South under Johnson's policies quickly enacted black codes. These laws restricted the freedom of African Americans, limiting their movement, labor, and rights. While not slavery in name, the black codes sought to preserve white supremacy and control the labor force. Formerly enslaved people were often bound into exploitative labor contracts or punished for vagrancy if they refused. Northern Republicans in Congress reacted with alarm. They rejected Johnson's leniency and launched what came to be called Radical Reconstruction. In 1867, Congress passed Reconstruction Acts that placed the South under military rule, required new state constitutions, and mandated universal male suffrage, regardless of race. Southern states had to ratify the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed citizenship and equal protection under the law, before being readmitted. For a brief period, Reconstruction brought extraordinary changes. African American men voted in large numbers, held office, and shaped public life. More than a dozen served in Congress, and hundreds held positions in state legislatures and local government. Communities established schools, often with the support of the Freedmen's Bureau, a federal agency created to assist with education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. Black churches became centers of community life, offering spiritual strength and political organization. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, extended voting rights to African American men, prohibiting discrimination based on race. Together, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments transformed the Constitution, creating a framework for civil rights that would resonate for generations. For a moment, the United States seemed poised to fulfill its founding ideals of liberty and equality. Yet Reconstruction faced fierce opposition. Many white Southerners resisted the changes through violence, intimidation, and organized resistance. Groups such as the Ku Klux Klan emerged, using terror to suppress black political participation and restore white dominance. Night raids, lynchings, and assaults spread fear across the South. Federal troops and legislation attempted to combat such violence, but enforcement was uneven. Economic realities also limited progress. Most freed people lacked land, and land reform efforts failed. Instead, many became sharecroppers, working plots for a share of the crop while remaining tied to debt and dependence. While sharecropping provided a measure of autonomy compared to slavery, it entrenched poverty and inequality. The dream of 40 acres and a mule, promised by some during the war, went largely unrealized. Political battles in Washington further complicated Reconstruction. President Johnson clashed repeatedly with Congress, vetoing civil rights legislation, only to be overridden. In 1868, the House of Representatives impeached Johnson, charging him with violating the Tenure of Office Act. He narrowly avoided removal from office by one vote in the Senate, but his presidency was crippled. The election of Ulysses S. Grant in 1868 brought firmer federal support for Reconstruction. Yet even under Grant, enforcement was difficult in the face of persistent resistance. By the 1872nd, Northern commitment to Reconstruction waned. Economic depression, corruption scandals, and fatigue shifted attention away from the South. The contested presidential election of 1876 led to the Compromise of 1877, in which Rutherford B. Hayes assumed the presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. With that withdrawal, Reconstruction effectively ended. The aftermath was a retrenchment of white supremacy. Southern states imposed segregation through Jim Crow laws, disenfranchised black voters through poll taxes and literacy tests, and established a system of racial hierarchy that endured for nearly a century. The promises of Reconstruction, freedom, equality, citizenship were betrayed by systemic discrimination and violence. Yet the legacy of Reconstruction was not entirely lost. The constitutional amendments it produced remained in force, providing the foundation for future struggles for civil rights. The institutions built by African American communities, churches, schools, civic organizations sustained resilience and resistance. Reconstruction demonstrated both the possibilities and the limits of American democracy in the 19th century. The era stands as one of the most transformative and contested periods in US history. It revealed the capacity of the nation to reimagine itself, extending rights and liberties to millions who had been denied them. It also revealed the depth of resistance to equality and the fragility of progress in the face of entrenched power. Reconstruction was a revolution unfinished, its victories partial but enduring, its failures profound but not final. The Gilded Age. The years following Reconstruction ushered in one of the most dynamic and contradictory eras in American history. From the 1872nd to about 1900, the United States experienced explosive economic growth, rapid urbanization, and dramatic technological change. Railroads spanned the continent, factories multiplied, cities swelled, and fortunes were made at breathtaking speed. Yet beneath the glittering surface lay widespread poverty, labor unrest, political corruption, and profound inequality. Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner coined the term the Gilded Age to describe this period, a time when the nation seemed golden on the outside but was tarnished beneath. Economically, the Gilded Age was transformative. The railroad industry led the way, linking regions of the country into a single national market. By the 1882nd, rail lines stretched from coast to coast, carrying goods, people, and information. Railroads stimulated industries such as steel, coal, and timber, while opening new lands for farming and settlement. They also gave rise to powerful corporations and financial networks, symbolizing both progress and excess. Industry expanded at unprecedented rates. Steel production soared, driven by figures like Andrew Carnegie, whose mills in Pittsburgh made the United States the world's leading steel producer. Oil, refined and distributed by John D. W. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company, became a cornerstone of energy and industry. Banking and finance grew under leaders such as J.P. Morgan, who orchestrated mergers and stabilized markets. These industrialists, often called captains of industry by admirers and robber barons by critics, amassed vast fortunes and wielded immense influence. Technological innovation fueled growth. The telephone, invented by Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, transformed communication. Thomas Edison developed the phonograph, motion pictures, and practical electric lighting, reshaping daily life. New machinery revolutionized farming, while typewriters and adding machines altered business practices. The spread of electricity, elevators, and steel frame construction enabled the rise of modern cities, with skyscrapers piercing the skyline. Urbanization was one of the defining features of the era. Millions moved from farms to cities in search of work, while waves of immigrants arrived from Europe and Asia. Italians, Poles, Russians, Chinese, and many others poured into ports like New York and San Francisco. Ethnic neighborhoods emerged, filled with languages, foods, and traditions from abroad. Cities like Chicago, New York, and Philadelphia became bustling centers of commerce and culture. But they also struggled with overcrowding, sanitation, and poverty. Tenements housed families in cramped, unsanitary conditions, while child labor filled factories and sweatshops. The contrast between wealth and poverty was stark. On Fifth Avenue in New York, mansions displayed the extravagance of the wealthy elite, who hosted lavish parties and lived lives of luxury. Meanwhile, workers toiled long hours for meager wages in dangerous conditions. Industrial accidents were common, and there were few protections for workers. The rise of organized labor was a response to these hardships. Unions such as the Knights of Labor, and later the American Federation of Labor, sought better wages, hours, and conditions. Strikes and labor conflicts, including the Great Railroad Strike of 1877 and the Haymarket Affair of 1886, often turned violent, revealing the tensions of industrial society. Politics during the Gilded Age reflected both opportunity and corruption. Political machines, such as Tammany Hall in New York, controlled local governments through patronage and influence, often providing services to immigrants in exchange for votes while enriching themselves. At the national level, Congress was marked by partisan stalemate, with Republicans and Democrats closely balanced. Corruption scandals, such as the Credit Mobilier affair and the Whiskey Ring, eroded public trust. Civil service reform became a major issue, culminating in the Pendleton Act of 1883, which introduced merit-based hiring for federal jobs after President James Garfield was assassinated by a disgruntled office seeker. The Supreme Court often sided with business interests, limiting government regulation and striking down labor protections. In decisions like Santa Clara County v. Southern Pacific Railroad, 1886, corporations were granted some of the legal rights of individuals. The doctrine of laissez-faire dominated economic thought, with many arguing that government should not interfere in markets. Social Darwinism, a theory applying Charles Darwin's ideas of natural selection to human society, suggested that competition produced progress and justified inequality. Yet reformers challenged these views, calling for regulation, labor rights, and social justice. Race and region also shaped the Gilded Age. In the South, Reconstruction's gains were reversed, as Jim Crow laws imposed racial segregation and disenfranchised black citizens. Violence, including lynching, enforced white supremacy. Leaders such as Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois emerged with differing strategies for black advancement. Washington emphasizing vocational education and accommodation, Du Bois demanding full civil rights and higher education. Native Americans faced continued dispossession as Western expansion intensified. The Indian Wars of the late 19th century, including the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876 and the massacre at Wounded Knee in 1890, marked the violent end of widespread native resistance. The West itself became a land of myth and reality. Railroads and homestead policies encouraged settlement, while mining booms drew prospectors to places like Nevada and Colorado. Cowboys and cattle drives symbolized the frontier, even as barbed wire and railroads transformed it. Chinese immigrants played crucial roles in building railroads and working in mining, but they faced discrimination, culminating in the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the first major law restricting immigration based on nationality. Despite inequality and conflict, the Gilded Age also produced cultural vibrancy. Newspapers flourished, vaudeville theatres entertained audiences, and baseball became a national pastime. Higher education expanded, and philanthropy from industrialists funded libraries, universities, and museums. Writers like Mark Twain, Henry James, and Edith Wharton captured the contradictions of society, while artists and architects sought new forms of expression. By 1900, the United States was a global industrial power. Its economy, second only to Britain's Brait. Its cities symbolized modernity, its industries dominated markets, and its culture was increasingly influential. Yet the Gilded Age had also revealed the costs of rapid growth, inequality, labor unrest, racial injustice, and environmental degradation. The glittering surface concealed deep tensions that would demand reform in the decades ahead. The Gilded Age was thus an era of both triumph and turmoil. It demonstrated the nation's capacity for innovation, energy, and expansion, while exposing the limits of unchecked capitalism and the fragility of democracy in the face of corruption. It was a time when the promise of America shone brightly, yet the struggles of millions revealed how far that promise remained from fulfillment. Progressive era. The turn of the 20th century marked a new chapter in American history. The economic dynamism and inequalities of the Gilded Age produced both immense opportunity and immense social strain. Industrial growth, urban expansion, and waves of immigration had transformed the United States into a modern industrial society, but they also created problems of corruption, poverty, and exploitation that could not be ignored. Out of this landscape emerged the Progressive era, spanning roughly from the 1892nd to the 1922nd. It was a period of reform and experimentation, during which Americans sought to address the challenges of industrial capitalism, urban life, and political democracy. Progressivism was not a single unified movement, but rather a collection of efforts that shared certain themes: faith in science and expertise, belief in government's role to regulate and improve society, and conviction that democracy should be expanded and made more accountable. Reformers came from diverse backgrounds: middle-class professionals, journalists, clergy, labor leaders, and women's activists, all driven by a desire to curb abuses and promote fairness. One of the sparks for reform came from the muckrakers, investigative journalists who exposed corruption and injustice. Writers such as Ida Tarbell revealed the monopolistic practices of Standard Oil, while Upton Sinclair's novel The Jungle, 1906, depicted the horrific conditions of Chicago's meatpacking industry. Lincoln Steffens wrote about political corruption in city governments, and Jacob Riis's photographs in How the Other Half Lives, 1890, exposed the grim realities of tenement life. Their work stirred public outrage and galvanized support for reforms. At the local and state levels, progressives pursued a wide range of initiatives. They sought to clean up city governments, breaking the grip of political machines through reforms such as the secret ballot, direct primaries, and nonpartisan commissions. In states like Wisconsin, Governor Robert La Follette pioneered the Wisconsin idea, bringing academics into government to design policies on taxation, regulation, and labor. The use of referendums, initiatives, and recalls expanded citizens' direct participation in politics. Nationally, progressive reforms found champions in the presidency. Theodore Roosevelt, who assumed office after the assassination of William McKinley in 1901, embraced the role of reformer. Roosevelt believed that government should act as a steward of the people, using its power to curb abuses and promote fairness. He became known as a trust buster, challenging monopolies under the Sherman Antitrust Act. While not opposed to big business itself, he insisted that corporations serve the public good. His Square Deal sought to balance the interests of capital, labor, and consumers. Roosevelt also advanced reforms in consumer protection and conservation. After reading The Jungle, he pushed for the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act, ensuring safer products. He championed conservation of natural resources, creating national parks, forests, and wildlife refuges. His efforts preserved millions of acres of wilderness for future generations. William Howard Taft, Roosevelt's successor, continued some progressive policies, but was less charismatic and less willing to confront conservative interests. This division within the Republican Party led Roosevelt to form the Progressive, or Bull Moose, Party in 1912. The resulting election split the Republican vote, allowing Democrat Woodrow Wilson to win the presidency. Wilson, though initially cautious, also pursued significant reforms. His new freedom agenda targeted tariffs, banking, and trusts. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913 created a central banking system to stabilize the economy. The Clayton Antitrust Act strengthened regulations against monopolies, while the Federal Trade Commission monitored unfair business practices. Wilson also oversaw progressive income tax reforms, enabled by the 16th Amendment, which authorized a federal income tax. Social reforms during the Progressive era were equally significant. Women played a central role, advocating for suffrage, labor rights, and social welfare. Leaders like Jane Addams founded settlement houses, such as Hull House in Chicago, providing education, childcare, and healthcare to immigrant families. The temperance movement gained momentum, linking alcohol consumption to social problems such as poverty and domestic violence. This campaign culminated in the 18th Amendment, 1919, which established prohibition. The fight for women's suffrage reached its climax in this era. After decades of activism, marches, and lobbying, the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, granting women the right to vote nationwide. Figures such as Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Carrie Chapman Catt had laid the groundwork, while younger leaders like Alice Paul pushed for more militant tactics. The achievement of suffrage marked one of the most profound expansions of American democracy. Labor reform was another hallmark. Progressives sought to improve working conditions, reduce child labor, and secure shorter hours. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire of 1911, in which 146 garment workers, most of them young immigrant women, perished in a blaze due to locked doors and unsafe conditions, shocked the nation and spurred workplace safety laws. Unions gained strength, though strikes were often met with resistance. Still, reforms gradually limited child labor and established protections for workers. Race relations, however, revealed the limits of progressivism. While some reformers advocated for African American rights, many others ignored or reinforced segregation. The Supreme Court's decision in Plessy v. Ferguson, 1896, had established the doctrine of separate but equal, legitimizing Jim Crow laws in the South. Violence, disenfranchisement, and discrimination continued. Leaders such as Booker T. Washington urged vocational education and accommodation, while W.E.B. Du Bois called for immediate civil rights and co-founded the NAACP in 1909 to fight segregation. Despite their efforts, racial equality remained elusive in the Progressive era. Immigration also provoked tensions. While immigrants provided labor and enriched culture, nativist sentiment grew. Literacy tests, quotas, and the revival of groups like the Ku Klux Klan reflected hostility toward newcomers, especially those from Southern and Eastern Europe. The era was thus marked by both inclusion and exclusion, reform and prejudice. Internationally, the United States became more assertive. Roosevelt's big stick diplomacy, the construction of the Panama Canal, and interventions in Latin America reflected a growing role in global affairs. Wilson, though initially focused on domestic reform, would soon lead the nation into World War I, framing it as a progressive mission to make the world safe for democracy. By the 1922nd, the progressive era was waning. The disruptions of war, the rise of consumer culture, and disillusionment with reform shifted national priorities. Yet the legacy of progressivism was lasting. It reshaped government's role, expanded democracy, and introduced protections that remain central today. The progressive era was a response to the challenges of modernity, an effort to tame the excesses of industrial capitalism and make democracy more inclusive. It revealed both the possibilities and the limits of reform, showing how far the United States could adapt while also exposing the deep inequalities that persisted. In its achievements and its contradictions, the progressive era stands as a defining moment in the ongoing effort to align American society with its ideals. World War I. When World War I erupted in Europe in the summer of 1914, the United States was still firmly focused on its own affairs. The progressive era had reshaped politics and society, while rapid industrial growth and westward expansion continued to transform the nation. Most Americans, including President Woodrow Wilson, believed that the conflict across the Atlantic was distant, tragic, but not directly relevant. The United States declared neutrality, committed to staying apart from Europe's rivalries. Yet within 3 years, neutrality became impossible. By 1917, the nation entered the war, and in doing so, it took a decisive step toward becoming a global power. The war began when the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary triggered alliances and mobilizations among Europe's great powers. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire faced off against Britain, France, and Russia. The conflict soon devolved into trench warfare on the Western Front, a brutal stalemate marked by machine guns, poison gas, and staggering casualties. From the outset, American businesses traded with both sides, but ties with Britain and France were stronger. British naval blockades curtailed trade with Germany, while American loans and exports increasingly flowed to the Allies. German submarine warfare was the first great challenge to US neutrality. In 1915, the sinking of the British passenger liner Lusitania by a German U-boat killed nearly 1,200 people, including 128 Americans. Outrage spread, though Wilson resisted calls for war. Germany pledged to limit submarine attacks, but incidents continued. At the same time, Britain's control of transatlantic cables ensured that American newspapers reported heavily on German aggression, shaping public opinion against the Central Powers. Domestically, neutrality was contentious. Many immigrants sympathized with their homelands, German Americans with Germany, Irish Americans hostile to Britain. Others, particularly in the South and Midwest, opposed entanglement in European wars. Wilson campaigned for re-election in 1916 with the slogan, "He kept us out of war." Yet events soon made that promise untenable. In early 1917, Germany resumed unrestricted submarine warfare, sinking ships bound for Britain, regardless of their passengers. Then came the Zimmermann telegram, a secret message from Germany to Mexico, proposing an alliance if the United States entered the war. Germany promised to help Mexico regain lost territories in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. When Britain intercepted and revealed the telegram, American outrage grew. By April 1917, Wilson asked Congress for a declaration of war, framing it as a crusade to make the world safe for democracy. And the United States entered the war with an army of only about 200,000 men. Rapid mobilization was necessary. The Selective Service Act introduced conscription, and millions of young men registered for the draft. Training camps sprang up across the country. By war's end, over 4 million Americans had served, with 2 million sent overseas. Mobilization extended beyond the military. The entire economy was harnessed for war. The War Industries Board coordinated production, while the Food Administration, led by Herbert Hoover, encouraged voluntary rationing and increased agricultural output. Liberty bonds financed the war effort, with citizens urged to buy them as a patriotic duty. Propaganda campaigns, directed by the Committee on Public Information, promoted unity, vilified the enemy, and stirred enthusiasm. Posters, films, and speeches portrayed the war as a noble cause. Yet the mobilization also revealed tensions. Civil liberties were curtailed under the Espionage Act, 1917, and Sedition Act, 1918, which punished dissent and criticism of the government. Socialists, pacifists, and labor leaders faced arrest. German Americans experienced suspicion and hostility, with schools dropping German language instruction and communities renaming foods. Sauerkraut became Liberty cabbage. The arrival of American forces in 1918 was decisive. On the Western Front, Allied armies had been exhausted by years of trench warfare. German offensives in the spring threatened to break through, but fresh American troops bolstered defenses. Under General John J. N. Pershing, the American Expeditionary Forces fought in major battles at Cantigny, Belleau Wood, Saint-Mihiel, and the Meuse-Argonne. The influx of manpower and resources shifted the balance. By November 1918, Germany sought an armistice. The war ended on the 11th of November, 1918, with an Allied victory. More than 100,000 Americans had died, and over 200,000 were wounded. Though US casualties were lower than those of European powers, the war had left a profound mark. For many Americans, participation confirmed the nation's strength and responsibility on the world stage. For others, the costs raised doubts about intervention in foreign affairs. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, Wilson sought to shape the post-war order. His 14 points called for open diplomacy, free trade, self-determination of nations, and the creation of a League of Nations to ensure collective security. European leaders, however, were less idealistic. The Treaty of Versailles imposed harsh reparations on Germany and redrew borders across Europe and the Middle East. The League of Nations was established, but when Wilson brought the treaty home, the US Senate refused to ratify it. Concerns about entangling alliances and partisan opposition left the United States outside the League. Domestically, the war's aftermath was turbulent. Returning soldiers faced a difficult reintegration into the workforce. Economic dislocation and inflation led to strikes and unrest. A Red Scare erupted as fears of communism, anarchism, and radicalism swept the country, fueled by the Russian Revolution abroad and labor agitation at home. At the same time, racial tensions flared. The Great Migration had brought hundreds of thousands of African Americans from the South to northern cities, where competition for jobs and housing sparked riots. The summer of 1919 became known as the Red Summer for its wave of racial violence. Culturally, World War I marked a transition. The experience of war and disillusionment with its outcome shaped a generation of writers and artists. Figures like Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and the so-called Lost Generation reflected themes of alienation and questioning of traditional values. At the same time, women's contributions to the war effort accelerated the push for suffrage, culminating in the 19th Amendment in 1920. The legacy of World War I for the United States was complex. The nation had demonstrated its ability to project power globally and influence world affairs. Yet it retreated from international commitments, choosing isolation over Wilson's vision of collective security. The war had expanded government authority, reshaped the economy, and stirred reform, but it had also restricted freedoms and exposed deep social tensions. For America, The First World War was both an end and a beginning, an end to illusions of isolation, and a beginning of the modern era in which the United States would grapple with its role as a global power. The nation emerged stronger, but also more divided, uncertain of how to reconcile its democratic ideals with the realities of war, power, and change. The Roaring Twenties. The end of World War I ushered in a period of dramatic transformation in the United States. The 1922nd, often called the Roaring Twenties, was an era of prosperity, cultural vibrancy, and social change, but also of tension and conflict. It was a decade defined by economic growth and mass consumption, jazz and modernism, flappers and speakeasies, while beneath the excitement simmered anxieties about immigration, race, morality, and the nation's future direction. Economically, the 1922nd were years of remarkable growth. Wartime production had expanded American industry, and peace brought a surge in consumer demand. Automobiles, radios, refrigerators, and other modern conveniences entered millions of homes. Henry Ford's Model T symbolized this new age, affordable, mass-produced, and transformative. By the mid-1922nd, cars were common on American roads, reshaping cities, suburbs, and daily life. The automobile industry spurred growth in steel, rubber, glass, oil, and road construction, creating a web of economic interconnections. Advertising and credit fueled consumption. Companies used radio, magazines, and billboards to entice buyers with images of modern living. Installment plans allowed families to purchase goods on credit, creating a culture of buy now, pay later. Stock market speculation also became widespread, with millions investing in hopes of quick profits. Rising stock prices gave the illusion of endless prosperity. Culturally, the decade crackled with energy. Jazz, born from African American communities in New Orleans, spread nationwide, carried by recordings and radio broadcasts. The Harlem Renaissance in New York celebrated black art, literature, and music, with figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Duke Ellington showcasing creativity and resilience. Their work challenged stereotypes and affirmed cultural pride, leaving a lasting impact on American identity. Cinema became a dominant form of entertainment. Hollywood studios produced silent films that drew massive audiences, while stars like Charlie Chaplin, Clara Bow, and Rudolph Valentino captured imaginations. In 1927, the jazz singer introduced synchronized sound, ushering in the era of talkies and revolutionizing film. Radio, too, brought news, music, and entertainment directly into homes, creating a shared national culture. Social change was visible in shifting gender norms. Women, having gained the right to vote in 1920 with the 19th Amendment, asserted new independence. The flapper became an emblem of the decade. Young women with bobbed hair, shorter skirts, and a bold embrace of modern styles. They smoked, danced, and rejected traditional constraints. Women entered the workforce in greater numbers, though often confined to lower-paying jobs. Education expanded, with more young people attending high school and college than ever before. Prohibition, enacted by the 18th Amendment in 1920, aimed to eliminate alcohol consumption. Instead, it fueled a vast underground economy of bootlegging and speakeasies. Organized crime flourished, with figures like Al Capone in Chicago becoming notorious. Enforcement proved difficult, and prohibition highlighted the clash between traditional moral values and modern urban lifestyles. Religion and science also collided in the decade. The Scopes trial of 1,925-inch Tennessee dramatized the conflict between evolutionary science and religious fundamentalism. John Scopes, a high school teacher, was tried for teaching evolution in violation of state law. The trial drew national attention, with Clarence Darrow defending Scopes and William Jennings Bryan speaking for the prosecution. Though Scopes was convicted, the trial symbolized the cultural divide between modernist and traditionalist America. Immigration was another flashpoint. The post-war Red Scare of 1919-1920 fueled by fears of communism and anarchism, led to raids, arrests, and deportations. Nativist sentiments surged, culminating in restrictive immigration laws. The Immigration Act of 1924 established quotas based on national origin, heavily favouring Northern and Western Europeans, while sharply limiting arrivals from Southern and Eastern Europe, and excluding most from Asia altogether. The Ku Klux Klan, revived in the 1922nd, grew to millions of members in the 1922nd, targeting not only African Americans, but also immigrants, Catholics, Jews, and others. Race relations were fraught. The Great Migration continued, with African Americans moving northward in search of jobs and safety, yet they encountered discrimination and violence. Race riots erupted in several cities, and lynchings persisted in the South. At the same time, black cultural and political movements gained momentum, with leaders like Marcus Garvey promoting pride and economic independence through the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Politics in the 1922nd reflected conservatism and business interests. Presidents Warren G. Harding, Calvin Coolidge, and Herbert Hoover emphasized limited government, low taxes, and support for industry. Harding's administration was marred by corruption scandals such as Teapot Dome, but Coolidge's calm demeanor reassured many. The government largely refrained from regulation, allowing markets to boom. Hoover, elected in 1928, promised continued prosperity. Yet beneath the surface, warning signs loomed. Income inequality widened, with wealth concentrated among the few. Farmers struggled with low prices, as overproduction depressed incomes. Many families lived on the edge of poverty despite the consumer boom. The stock market's rapid rise was fueled by speculation and borrowed money, creating an unstable bubble. The 1922nd were thus a decade of both excitement and fragility. They represented a break with old traditions and an embrace of modernity. Yet they also exposed deep divides between urban and rural, modern and traditional, wealth and poverty. The decade ended abruptly with the stock market crash of October 1929, plunging the United States into the Great Depression. The Roaring Twenties remain one of the most iconic eras in American history, remembered for jazz, speakeasies, flappers, and skyscrapers. But they were also years of cultural conflict, economic imbalance, and unresolved tensions. The glitter and glamour-masked vulnerabilities that would soon be laid bare in the harshest economic crisis the nation had ever faced. The Great Depression, the glittering prosperity of the 1922nd, came to a sudden and catastrophic end in 1929. For a decade, Americans had celebrated growth, consumer culture, and a booming stock market, convinced that prosperity would continue indefinitely. Yet the very foundations of that prosperity speculation, uneven wealth, and fragile markets proved unstable. The Great Depression that followed was the deepest economic crisis in U.S. history, lasting through the 1932nd and reshaping both government and society. The crisis began with the stock market crash of October 1929. On Black Tuesday, the 29th of October, share prices collapsed after weeks of volatility. Billions of dollars in value evaporated. While the crash did not by itself cause the depression, it exposed the weaknesses of the economy and shattered confidence. Banks, heavily invested in the market, failed by the thousands. Depositors lost their savings, and credit dried up. Businesses cut back, factories closed, and unemployment rose sharply. By 1933, the economy had reached its lowest point. Nearly 1/4 of the workforce, about 13 million people, were unemployed. Farmers faced foreclosure as crop prices collapsed, leaving fields unsold and harvests wasted. In the Midwest, environmental disaster compounded economic pain. Severe drought and poor farming practices created the Dust Bowl, turning once fertile lands into barren wastelands. Dust storms swept across states like Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas, driving thousands of families to migrate west in search of work. These Okies, as they were often called, became symbols of hardship and resilience. In cities, breadlines and soup kitchens stretched around blocks as families sought food. Homelessness grew, with makeshift shantytowns known as Hoovervilles rising on the edges of cities, named derisively after President Herbert Hoover. Many Americans blamed Hoover's policies for failing to address the crisis. Though Hoover expanded some federal relief and urged businesses to maintain wages, he resisted direct government intervention in the economy. He believed recovery would come through voluntary action and local efforts, but the scale of the crisis overwhelmed such measures. The Depression struck not only the poor but also the middle class. Families lost homes, farms, and savings. Young people postponed marriages, and birth rates fell. The psychological toll was immense. Despair, anxiety, and a sense of betrayal permeated society. Yet, the crisis also fostered resilience. Families relied on extended networks, neighbors shared what they could, and cultural life adapted. Radio provided entertainment and comfort, with shows, music, and fireside chats bringing a sense of connection. The election of 1932 marked a turning point. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Democratic governor of New York, won the presidency in a landslide, promising a new deal for the American people. Roosevelt's optimism, energy, and willingness to experiment offered hope in a time of despair. Upon taking office in March 1933, he immediately launched a series of bold initiatives to stabilize the economy and restore confidence. The first 100 days of Roosevelt's administration produced a torrent of legislation. Emergency banking measures stabilized the financial system, while fireside chats reassured the public. New Deal programs created jobs, provided relief, and sought recovery. The Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, put young men to work, planting trees and building infrastructure. The Public Works Administration, PWA, and Works Progress Administration, WPA, funded large-scale construction projects, bridges, schools, dams, and roads. The Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, brought electrification and development to impoverished rural areas. Farmers received support through the Agricultural Adjustment Administration, AAA, which sought to raise prices by limiting production. The National Recovery Administration, NRA, attempted to stabilize industry through codes of fair competition. Though some programs were controversial or short-lived, they represented a dramatic expansion of federal government responsibility. For the first time, the national government took direct action to manage the economy and support citizens in crisis. The Supreme Court struck down some early New Deal measures, declaring them unconstitutional. But Roosevelt adapted, launching the Second New Deal in 1935. This phase focused more on social reform and long-term security. The Social Security Act created a system of old-age pensions, unemployment insurance, and aid for the disabled institutions that remain central today. The Wagner Act guaranteed workers the right to organize unions and bargain collectively, strengthening labor's role. The Fair Labor Standards Act established minimum wages and maximum hours. The New Deal transformed the relationship between government and citizens. It did not end the Depression entirely, but it provided relief, restored confidence, and redefined expectations. Americans increasingly looked to Washington for solutions, while debates over the limits of government power grew sharper. Conservatives warned of excessive federal authority, while radicals demanded more sweeping reforms. Roosevelt navigated these pressures with pragmatism, building a coalition of labor, farmers, minorities, and urban voters that reshaped American politics. The Depression also reshaped culture. Writers like John Steinbeck captured the struggles of displaced farmers in works such as The Grapes of Wrath. Photographers for the Farm Security Administration documented poverty with stark, enduring images. Swing music, movies, and radio offered escape and solidarity. Amid hardship, Americans sought both distraction and meaning. For African Americans, the Depression was especially severe. Unemployment rates were often double those of whites, and discrimination limited access to relief. Yet New Deal programs provided some opportunities, and black leaders like Mary McLeod Bethune influenced policy within Roosevelt's administration. For Native Americans, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 ended allotment policies and encouraged tribal self-government, reversing decades of assimilation. Women also played significant roles. While many faced pressure to leave jobs for men, others worked in relief agencies, unions, and community organizations. Eleanor Roosevelt, the First Lady, became a powerful advocate for social justice, traveling widely, promoting civil rights and supporting New Deal programs. By the late 1932, the economy was recovering but fragile. A recession in 1937 revealed the limits of New Deal policies, and unemployment remained high. It was ultimately the massive mobilization for World War II that fully ended the Depression. Yet the legacy of the 1932 was enduring. A stronger federal government, a new social safety net, and a redefined sense of collective responsibility. The Great Depression remains one of the most transformative crises in American history. It tested the nation's resilience, restructured government, and reshaped the lives of millions. Out of devastation came new institutions, enduring debates, and a deeper recognition that prosperity could not be taken for granted. It was a time of hardship, but also of profound change, laying the foundation for the modern United States. World War II. The Great Depression had left the United States economically and psychologically shaken, yet it also transformed government, society, and expectations. By the late 1932, however, a new global crisis overshadowed domestic recovery. Totalitarian regimes in Germany, Italy, and Japan pursued aggressive expansion, plunging the world into another devastating conflict. World War II, fought from 1939 to 1945, became the deadliest war in human history. For the United States, entry into the war marked a turning point. It ended the Depression, mobilized the nation on an unprecedented scale, and propelled the country into the role of global superpower. At first, the United States remained officially neutral. The war in Europe began in September 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, prompting Britain and France to declare war. Germany quickly conquered much of Western Europe, while Italy joined as its ally. By 1940, France had fallen, and Britain stood alone against the Nazi war machine. In Asia, Japan pursued imperial ambitions, occupying China and seeking dominance over the Pacific. Americans, weary of war after World War I, hoped to avoid involvement. The Neutrality Acts restricted arms sales, but as the Axis threat grew, President Franklin D. Roosevelt pushed for greater support of Britain. By 1941, the United States had become the arsenal of democracy. The Lend-Lease Act allowed shipments of weapons and supplies to Britain, and later the Soviet Union, keeping them in the fight. American factories produced tanks, planes, and munitions at astonishing rates, laying the foundation for full mobilization. Still, the nation had not formally entered the war. That changed on the 7th of December, 1941, when Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The attack destroyed much of the Pacific Fleet and killed over 2,400 Americans. The next day, Congress declared war on Japan. Days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. The country was now fully engaged in a global struggle. Mobilization was immediate and massive. Millions of men enlisted or were drafted into the armed forces, swelling the military to over 12 million by war's end. Women filled factories and offices, symbolized by Rosie the Riveter, working in defense industries and proving indispensable to the war effort. African Americans, Native Americans, and other minorities also served, both in uniform and on the home front, though often facing segregation and discrimination. The war effort required unity, and propaganda emphasized sacrifice, patriotism, and shared responsibility. Rationing, war bonds, and victory gardens became part of daily life. The war was fought on multiple fronts. In the Pacific, Japan advanced rapidly, capturing territories from the Philippines to Indonesia. Early defeats tested American resolve, but the tide began to turn in 1942. At the Battle of Midway, US naval forces sank 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, shifting the balance of power. The strategy of island hopping gradually pushed American forces closer to Japan, with brutal battles at places like Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. In Europe, the United States joined Britain and the Soviet Union in a grand alliance. In 1942, American forces landed in North Africa, beginning the push against German and Italian troops. The invasion of Sicily and Italy in 1943 opened a southern front. Though fighting was slow and costly, the decisive moment came on the 6th of June, 1944 D-Day, when Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy in the largest amphibious invasion in history. From there, the Allies advanced across France, liberating Paris and pressing toward Germany. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, having turned the tide at Stalingrad, drove westward, inflicting immense losses on the German army. The Holocaust revealed the war's darkest horrors. As Allied forces advanced, they uncovered concentration camps where millions of Jews, along with Romani people, political dissidents, and others, had been murdered in Nazi genocide. The scale of the atrocities shocked the world and underscored the moral dimensions of the conflict. By 1945, the Axis powers were collapsing. In April, as Soviet troops entered Berlin, Adolf Hitler committed suicide. Germany surrendered unconditionally in May, marking victory in Europe, VE Day. In the Pacific, however, Japan continued to resist despite devastating losses. The prospect of a bloody invasion loomed, with estimates of hundreds of thousands of Allied casualties. In August 1945, the United States used a new and terrible weapon, the atomic bomb. Hiroshima was struck on the 6th of August, followed by Nagasaki on the 9th of August. The destruction was unprecedented, killing over 100,000 people instantly, and many more from radiation and injuries. On the 15th of August, Japan surrendered, bringing the war to an end. World War II transformed the United States in profound ways. Economically, it ended the Great Depression, as wartime production created jobs and prosperity. Socially, it accelerated changes. Women gained new roles in the workforce, though many were expected to return to domestic life afterward. African Americans pressed for civil rights, launching the Double V campaign victory against fascism abroad and racism at home. Native Americans contributed significantly, including the famous Navajo code talkers, whose unbreakable code aided military operations. Japanese Americans, however, suffered injustice as more than 100,000 were forced into internment camps, a violation of civil liberties later recognized as a grave mistake. Politically, the war cemented the United States as a global leader. Alongside the Soviet Union, it emerged as one of 2 superpowers. The creation of the United Nations in 1945 reflected hopes for a new international order to prevent future wars. Yet tensions with the Soviet Union quickly surfaced, foreshadowing the Cold War. Casualties were immense. Over 400,000 Americans died, while tens of millions perished worldwide. The destruction of cities, the displacement of millions, and the trauma of genocide left lasting scars. But the war also reshaped global power, dismantling European empires and setting the stage for a new era. For Americans, World War II became a defining moment of unity, sacrifice, and triumph. It tested the nation's capacity and revealed its potential. The United States had entered the war reluctantly, but it emerged as a leader of the free world, with responsibilities and challenges that would shape the remainder of the 20th century. The Cold War begins. The end of World War II in 1945 marked not only victory, but also the beginning of a new and uncertain era. With Germany and Japan defeated, the global balance of power shifted dramatically. The United States and the Soviet Union, wartime allies against fascism, emerged as the world's two dominant superpowers. Yet their alliance quickly unraveled, replaced by deep suspicion, competing ideologies, and conflicting visions for the post-war world. The Cold War. An intense rivalry short of direct military conflict would define global affairs for nearly half a century. At its heart, the Cold War was a struggle between two systems. The United States championed democracy, capitalism, and free markets. The Soviet Union promoted communism, a one-party state, and state-controlled economies. Each saw the other not merely as a competitor, but as a threat to its very way of life. This ideological divide overlapped with geopolitical interests, as both powers sought to shape the future of Europe, Asia, and beyond. The first fault lines appeared in Europe. After the war, much of the continent lay in ruins. The United States advocated for open markets and democratic governments, while the Soviet Union, having suffered immense devastation and casualties, sought security through control of Eastern Europe. Soviet troops occupied countries from Poland to Romania, where communist governments soon took power, often with little regard for free elections. Winston Churchill famously declared in 1946 that an Iron Curtain had descended across Europe, dividing East from West. In response, the United States developed policies to contain Soviet influence. The Truman Doctrine, announced in 1947, pledged American support for nations resisting communism. Initially focused on aiding Greece and Turkey, it soon became the cornerstone of US foreign policy. The Marshall Plan, launched the same year, provided billions of dollars in economic aid to rebuild Western Europe. Beyond humanitarian goals, the plan aimed to prevent poverty and instability from fueling communist movements. It succeeded in revitalizing Europe's economies and cementing ties between the United States and its allies. Germany became a central arena of Cold War tension. Divided into occupation zones after the war, Berlin itself was split, despite lying deep within Soviet-controlled territory. In 1948, the Soviets blockaded West Berlin, seeking to force the Allies out. The United States and its partners responded with the Berlin Airlift, flying supplies into the city for nearly a year. The airlift's success demonstrated Western resolve and deepened divisions, leading in 1949 to the formal establishment of two German states, the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. Military alliances soon followed. In 1949, the United States and its allies formed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, pledging mutual defense against aggression. In 1955, the Soviet Union responded with the Warsaw Pact, uniting its Eastern European satellites under a military alliance. The world had become polarized, with each superpower leading a bloc of allies in a global standoff. The Cold War extended beyond Europe. In Asia, tensions were equally sharp. The Chinese Civil War ended in 1949 with the victory of Mao Zedong's communist forces, establishing the People's Republic of China. This was a staggering development for the United States, which had supported the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek, now exiled to Taiwan. Many Americans feared that communism was spreading like a chain reaction across continents. The Korean War intensified these fears. In 1950, North Korea, backed by the Soviet Union and later China, invaded South Korea. The United States, acting under the banner of the United Nations, intervened to defend the South. The war seesawed across the peninsula, with Seoul and Pyongyang changing hands multiple times. After massive casualties and devastation, the conflict ended in 1953 with an armistice near the original dividing line at the 38th parallel. Korea remained divided, symbolizing the Cold War's intractability. At home, the Cold War shaped American society in profound ways. The fear of communist infiltration spurred a wave of suspicion and repression. The late 1942nd and early 1952nd saw the rise of McCarthyism, named after Senator Joseph McCarthy. who claimed that communists had infiltrated the government and military. Investigations, blacklists, and loyalty oaths created an atmosphere of fear. Many careers were destroyed, particularly in Hollywood, academia, and government service. While genuine espionage cases existed, the broader climate reflected anxiety as much as evidence. The arms race added to these fears. In 1949, the Soviet Union tested its first atomic bomb, ending America's nuclear monopoly. Both nations poured resources into developing ever more powerful weapons, including hydrogen bombs. The prospect of mutual destruction loomed, and civil defense drills, fallout shelters, and duck and cover campaigns became part of American life. The Cold War was not only fought in distant lands, but felt in classrooms, neighborhoods, and daily routines. Despite its dangers, the rivalry also spurred technological and scientific advances. Military research produced innovations in aviation, rocketry, and computing. Later, the competition would extend to space, symbolized by the Soviet launch of Sputnik in 1957 and the US drive to land a man on the moon. The Cold War's shadow fell across nearly every aspect of society, shaping education, science, and culture. By the mid-1952nd, the Cold War was firmly entrenched. The United States had established alliances, rebuilt Western Europe, and demonstrated military resolve in Korea. The Soviet Union had consolidated control of Eastern Europe, forged ties with China, and expanded its nuclear arsenal. Neither side could easily retreat, and neither could risk full-scale war without catastrophic consequences. Instead, the conflict would unfold through proxy wars, diplomatic struggles, espionage, and competition for influence across the globe. The early years of the Cold War set patterns that would endure for decades. Containment, deterrence, ideological rivalry, and domestic anxiety became hallmarks of American life. The United States, once hesitant to engage in world affairs, now found itself committed to global leadership and perpetual vigilance. The Cold War had begun not with a single declaration, but with a series of confrontations, policies, and choices that defined the post-war world. The Civil Rights Movement. The Cold War years saw the United States assert itself as a global defender of democracy and freedom. Yet within its own borders, millions of citizens were denied those very principles. African Americans in the South lived under rigid segregation, enforced through Jim Crow laws that restricted schools, transportation, housing, and even public facilities. In many parts of the nation, Black Americans faced discrimination in employment, voting, and housing, alongside violence and intimidation. The contradiction between America's democratic ideals abroad and its realities at home became increasingly glaring. Out of this contradiction grew the modern civil rights movement, a mass struggle for equality, justice, and citizenship that transformed the nation in the mid-20th century. The movement's roots stretched deep. For decades after Reconstruction, Black communities had built institutions, churches, schools, newspapers that sustained dignity and resistance. Leaders like Booker T, Washington, and W.E.B. Du Bois had debated strategies for progress, while organizations such as the NAACP, founded in 1909, pursued legal challenges to segregation. World War II intensified demands for change. Black soldiers fought for freedom abroad and returned unwilling to accept second-class status at home. The Double V campaign victory against fascism overseas and racism at home captured this sentiment. The first major breakthrough came in 1954 with Brown versus Board of Education. In this landmark decision, the Supreme Court unanimously declared that racial segregation in public schools was unconstitutional, overturning the earlier doctrine of separate but equal. Chief Justice Earl Warren's opinion emphasized that separate facilities were inherently unequal, striking at the heart of Jim Crow. Yet resistance was fierce. Many southern states delayed or defied desegregation, while white citizens' councils and politicians mobilized to preserve segregation. The movement gained momentum through direct action. In December 1955, Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery, Alabama bus, sparking the Montgomery bus boycott. For more than a year, the city's black residents refused to ride buses, walking or carpooling instead. Their protest, organized by local leaders and sustained by community solidarity, ended in victory when the Supreme Court ruled bus segregation unconstitutional. The boycott brought national attention to a young minister named Martin Luther King Jr., who emerged as the movement's most prominent leader, advocating non-violent resistance rooted in Christian faith and the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi. Throughout the late 1952nd and 1962nd, sit-ins, marches, and demonstrations spread across the South. In 1960, black college students staged a sit-in at a segregated lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina. Their quiet determination inspired similar protests nationwide, leading to the desegregation of many facilities. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, was founded to organize young activists, while the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, sponsored freedom rides in 1961. Integrated groups rode interstate buses to challenge segregation in terminals, often facing brutal attacks. The struggle for voting rights was equally central. In many southern states, African Americans were systematically disenfranchised through literacy tests, poll taxes, and intimidation. Activists organized voter registration drives, often meeting violence. In 1963, Medgar Evers, an NAACP leader in Mississippi, was assassinated for his efforts. The summer of 1964, known as Freedom Summer, brought hundreds of volunteers to Mississippi to register voters, facing arrests, beatings, and murders. Mass demonstrations captured national attention. In August 1963, the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom drew more than 250,000 people to the Capitol. From the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, Martin Luther King, Jr. delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech, envisioning a nation where people would be judged by character rather than skin color. The march showcased unity and determination, pressing the federal government to act. Federal action did follow. Under President Lyndon B. Johnson, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, one of the most significant laws in American history. It outlawed segregation in public accommodations, banned employment discrimination, and strengthened federal authority to enforce desegregation. The following year, after violent confrontations in Selma, Alabama, including the infamous Bloody Sunday, when marchers were attacked on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This law prohibited literacy tests and other discriminatory practices, empowering federal oversight of elections in areas with histories of suppression. The civil rights movement was not monolithic. While King and many leaders emphasized nonviolence and integration, others grew impatient with gradual change. The rise of the Black Power movement in the late 1962 reflected frustration with persistent inequality and violence. Figures like Malcolm X, who initially advocated black nationalism and self-defense, challenged mainstream strategies before later embracing broader cooperation. Groups such as the Black Panther Party emphasized community programs, self-determination, and resistance to police brutality. The movement also intersected with other struggles. Latino activists fought for labor rights, exemplified by Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, organizing farm workers in California. Native Americans pressed for sovereignty and recognition, staging occupations and protests. Women, inspired by civil rights activism, launched the modern feminist movement, demanding equality in education, employment, and law. The broader wave of activism reshaped American society, far beyond race alone. Opposition was fierce throughout. Segregationists resisted with legal maneuvers, violence, and political rhetoric. Many white Americans outside the South, while sympathetic to equality in principle, recoiled at the disruptions of protest and the pace of change. Urban uprisings in the mid-1962, sparked by police brutality and economic inequality, deepened divisions. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 was a devastating blow, sparking grief, riots, and a sense of unfinished struggle. Yet the achievements of the civil rights movement were profound. Legal segregation was dismantled, voting rights secured, and discrimination challenged in workplaces and schools. African Americans gained political representation, economic opportunities, and a stronger voice in national life. The movement redefined American democracy, forcing the nation to confront its contradictions and expand its promise. The civil rights movement did not solve all problems. Inequality, racism, and discrimination persisted in new forms, but the movement changed the landscape irrevocably. It demonstrated the power of collective action, the effectiveness of non-violent protest, and the importance of moral leadership. It linked America's struggle for justice at home with its ideals abroad, compelling the nation to live closer to its principles. By the end of the 1962nd, the civil rights movement had transformed the United States, altering its laws, culture, and politics. It remains one of the most important chapters in American history, a reminder that democracy is not static, but must be continually renewed through struggle, sacrifice, and hope. Vietnam and social upheaval. The 1962nd and 1972nd were decades of turbulence for the United States. At home, the country grappled with the legacy of the civil rights movement, the rise of new social causes, and generational conflict. Abroad, it found itself entangled in a costly and controversial war in Southeast Asia. The Vietnam War became the central issue of the era, shaping politics, culture, and foreign policy, while fueling widespread unrest and reshaping American society. The roots of US involvement in Vietnam stretched back to World War II and the Cold War's early years. After Japan's defeat in 1945, Vietnamese nationalist leader Ho Chi Minh declared independence from French colonial rule. France, however, sought to reassert control, and by the 1952nd, war raged between French forces and Ho's communist-led Viet Minh. The United States, committed to containing communism, supported France with aid. After France's defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, the Geneva Accords temporarily divided Vietnam at the 17th parallel, creating a communist north and an anti-communist south. The United States quickly assumed France's role in supporting South Vietnam. Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy provided military advisors and financial aid, convinced that if Vietnam fell to communism, neighboring nations would follow a theory known as the domino effect. By the early 1962nd, US involvement deepened. South Vietnam, plagued by weak leadership and insurgency from the communist Viet Cong, struggled to maintain stability. The turning point came under President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964, after reports of attacks on US ships in the Gulf of Tonkin. Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, giving Johnson broad authority to escalate military action. Soon, US combat troops were deployed in large numbers. By the late 1962nd, more than 500,000 Americans were serving in Vietnam. The war was unlike previous conflicts. Dense jungles, guerrilla tactics, and an elusive enemy made conventional strategy difficult. The Viet Cong and North Vietnamese forces blended into the civilian population, using ambushes, tunnels, and surprise attacks. The US relied on superior firepower artillery, helicopters, and aerial bombing campaigns such as Operation Rolling Thunder. Napalm, defoliants like Agent Orange, and massive bombings inflicted devastation but often alienated the population the US sought to defend. Despite immense firepower, progress was elusive. The Tet Offensive of January 1968 marked a turning point. During the Lunar New Year holiday, North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces launched coordinated attacks across South Vietnam, including an assault on the US Embassy in Saigon. Though militarily repelled, the offensive shocked the American public, revealing that victory was far from certain. Confidence in government assurances of progress collapsed, fueling growing opposition to the war. The anti-war movement became one of the defining features of the era. Students, clergy, intellectuals, and veterans joined protests across the country. Demonstrations ranged from peaceful marches to confrontations with police. The 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago erupted into chaos as protesters clashed with authorities, symbolizing the deep divide over the war. Music, literature, and art reflected dissent, with songs, novels, and films critiquing the conflict. The war coincided with broader social upheavals. The civil rights movement continued to press for justice, but new voices demanded more radical change. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 sparked grief and riots across the nation. Black power movements emphasized pride, autonomy, and resistance to systemic racism. Latino, Native American, and Asian American activists organized for rights and recognition. Women launched the modern feminist movement, demanding equality in workplaces, education, and law. Gay and lesbian communities, galvanized by events such as the Stonewall Uprising in 1969, began to push for visibility and rights. Generational conflict also came to the fore. The baby boom generation, coming of age in the 1962nd, challenged authority, tradition, and cultural norms. The counterculture celebrated freedom, experimentation, and opposition to conformity. Long hair, rock music, communal living, and alternative lifestyles became symbols of rebellion. The Woodstock Festival of 1969 epitomized this spirit, drawing hundreds of thousands to celebrate music, peace, and community. At the same time, many Americans rejected these changes, clinging to traditional values and expressing frustration with what they saw as chaos and decline. Politically, the turmoil reshaped leadership. President Johnson, deeply damaged by the war, chose not to seek re-election in 1968. Richard Nixon won the presidency, promising peace with honor in Vietnam and appealing to the silent majority who opposed protests and disorder. Nixon pursued a policy of Vietnamization, gradually withdrawing US troops while shifting the burden to South Vietnamese forces. He also expanded the conflict into Cambodia and Laos, sparking further controversy and protest. In 1970, the killing of 4 students at Kent State University by National Guard troops during an anti-war demonstration shocked the nation and intensified opposition. Despite years of fighting, the war ended without victory. In 1973, a ceasefire was signed in Paris, and US forces withdrew. 2 years later, in 1975, North Vietnamese forces captured Saigon, unifying Vietnam under communist control. The war had cost the lives of more than 58,000 Americans and millions of Vietnamese, leaving deep scars. It shattered confidence in government, fueled distrust of authority, and forced a reckoning with the limits of American power. The Vietnam era left a lasting legacy. It reshaped foreign policy, making leaders cautious about military intervention, a phenomenon known as the Vietnam Syndrome. It spurred reforms in government transparency, including the War Powers Act of 1973, which sought to limit presidential authority in military action. It accelerated social movements, fueling demands for rights, equality, and accountability, and it divided the nation, leaving debates over patriotism, protest, and responsibility that endure to this day. Vietnam and the social upheaval of the 1962nd and 1972nd were intertwined. The war exposed contradictions in American ideals, while activism challenged structures of inequality and injustice. Together, they marked an era of profound transformation, when the United States struggled with its identity at home and its role abroad. Out of conflict and protest came new freedoms, new divisions, and new questions about what it meant to be a democracy in a turbulent world. Into the 21st century, the final decades of the 20th century and the opening years of the 21st brought the United States into a new era. Having endured the turbulence of Vietnam and the cultural upheavals of the 1962nd and 1972nd, the nation faced economic transformation, technological revolution, and the conclusion of its long Cold War struggle with the Soviet Union. These changes propelled America into global dominance, but also into new challenges that reshaped its politics, society, and role in the world. The late 1972nd and 1982nd were marked by both uncertainty and renewal. Economically, the United States struggled with stagflation, a combination of inflation and slow growth. The oil crises of the 1972nd, sparked by tensions in the Middle East, revealed vulnerabilities in energy dependence. Politically, the Watergate scandal of 1974 had shaken trust in government, leading to the resignation of President Richard Nixon and a wave of cynicism. Yet by the 1982nd, under President Ronald Reagan, a new mood of confidence emerged. Reagan, elected in 1980, championed conservative principles, lower taxes, reduced regulation, a strong military, and renewed patriotism. His administration promoted supply-side economics, arguing that cutting taxes would spur investment and growth. Supporters credited Reaganomics with revitalizing the economy, while critics pointed to growing inequality and budget deficits. Reagan also reshaped the Cold War, adopting a confrontational stance against the Soviet Union. He expanded military spending, launched initiatives like the Strategic Defense Initiative, and proclaimed that America would confront the evil empire. Ironically, the escalation coincided with profound changes inside the Soviet Union. By the mid-1982nd, under Mikhail Gorbachev, the USSR introduced reforms, glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring, to revive its faltering system. These reforms unleashed forces that soon spiraled beyond control. Eastern European nations began to break free from communist rule. In 1989, the Berlin Wall fell, symbolizing the collapse of division in Europe. 2 years later, the Soviet Union dissolved, ending the Cold War. The United States emerged as the world's sole superpower, its victory celebrated as the triumph of democracy and capitalism. The 1992nd opened with optimism. President George H.W. Bush oversaw the successful Gulf War in 1991, in which US-led coalition forces expelled Iraq from Kuwait. The swift victory reinforced America's military dominance and global leadership. At home, however, economic recession and political fatigue paved the way for the election of Bill Clinton in 1992. Clinton's presidency reflected the era's themes: globalization, technology, and cultural debates. Economic growth surged in the late 1992nd, driven by new technologies such as the internet, personal computers, and mobile communication. Wall Street boomed, unemployment fell, and many spoke of a new economy. Culturally, the 1992nd were an age of rapid change. The internet connected households, businesses, and universities in ways previously unimaginable. The rise of Silicon Valley firms foreshadowed a transformation of daily life. Music, film, and television reflected both prosperity and unease, with global influences reshaping American culture. At the same time, political polarization deepened. The impeachment of President Clinton in 1998, following scandals and partisan conflict, revealed bitter divisions despite economic strength. The optimism of the 1992nd gave way to new anxieties in the early 21st century. On the 11th of September, 2001, terrorists from Al-Qaeda carried out coordinated attacks on New York and Washington, killing nearly 3,000 people and stunning the world. The attacks were the deadliest on American soil since Pearl Harbor, plunging the nation into grief, fear, and determination. In response, President George W. Bush declared a war on terror, launching military campaigns in Afghanistan to dismantle Al-Qaeda and remove the Taliban, and later in Iraq, justified by concerns over weapons of mass destruction. These wars defined the early 2000s. The conflict in Afghanistan became America's longest war, while the invasion of Iraq in 2003 toppled Saddam Hussein but led to years of insurgency, instability, and debate over US strategy. At home, new security measures such as the Patriot Act expanded surveillance and law enforcement powers, raising questions about liberty and safety. The Department of Homeland Security was created to coordinate national defense, while everyday life changed with airport security, intelligence networks, and heightened vigilance. The early 21st century also brought economic crises. In 2008, the collapse of major financial institutions triggered the Great Recession, the worst downturn since the 1932nd. Millions lost jobs, homes, and savings. The federal government intervened with bailouts and stimulus programs to stabilize the economy. The crisis reshaped politics, fueling disillusionment with elites and intensifying debates over inequality, regulation, and globalization. Amid challenges, the era also saw milestones of progress. In 2008, Barack Obama was elected as the first African-American president, a symbolic moment in the nation's long struggle for civil rights. His presidency pursued healthcare reform, environmental policy, and recovery from recession, while also navigating wars abroad and partisan gridlock at home. Social change accelerated, with debates over immigration, same-sex marriage, climate change, and technology reshaping public life. By the 2010 and into the 2020, the United States stood at a crossroads. It remained the world's most powerful nation, leading in technology, culture, and military strength. Yet it faced new challenges: political polarization, racial injustice, economic inequality, and global competition from rising powers such as China. The attacks of the 11th of September had reshaped foreign policy. The Great Recession had altered economic expectations, and technological revolutions had transformed how people worked, communicated, and connected. The history of the United States into the 21st century is thus a story of both achievement and uncertainty. From a fragile republic born in revolution, the nation became a continental power, fought a civil war, endured depression, triumphed in global wars, and emerged as a superpower. Its ideals of liberty and equality have inspired generations, even as its contradictions and conflicts have tested them. The 21st century continues this story, with challenges that echo the past and opportunities that point toward the future. America's journey has never been simple, but it has always been dynamic, a nation constantly remade by its people, its struggles, and its vision of a better tomorrow. We have reached the end of our long journey through the history of the United States. From the ice-covered landscapes of the last ice age to the towering cities and complex challenges of the 21st century, we have followed the threads of struggle, resilience, and imagination that have shaped this nation. Think back to the first peoples who crossed frozen land bridges, to the native communities who adapted with skill and wisdom to every environment, to colonists building fragile footholds along the Atlantic coast. Remember how revolution turned colonies into a republic, how expansion carried hope and conflict across the continent, how a brutal civil war threatened to destroy it all, and how reconstruction and reform reshaped what freedom meant. We drifted through the glitter and shadows of the Gilded Age, the urgency of progressivism, the trauma of depression, and the resolve of global wars. We watched the Cold War rise, with its fears and rivalries, even as voices for civil rights pressed the nation to honor its deepest ideals. We passed through protest, upheaval, and renewal, until finally we arrived at the present, an America both familiar and unfinished, still striving to reconcile its promise with its reality. Now, as you close your eyes, let the noise of battles, speeches, and debates grow faint. Imagine the quiet of a prairie under starlight, the hush of a harbour at dawn, the gentle hum of a modern city settling into the night. History, for all its intensity, also offers moments of stillness, the pause between one era and the next. So take a slow breath. Feel the weight of centuries lighten into calm. The story rests for now, and so may you.